So is everybody ready? We're all here? Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm going to call the regular meeting of the April 9th Carmel-by-the-Sea Planning Commission to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Alborn?
Here.
Commissioner Karpikoff?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Present.
Chair LePage?
Here, thank you.
Commissioner Allen is absent.
Okay. First item is the public appearances. Under the Brown Act, comments made by the public must be on matters which are not on our agenda, but which are under the jurisdiction of this review body. Hateful or violent speech by the public is impermissible. If you engage in that, you will be muted. So at this time, I'd like to invite anyone from the public to come forward and speak to the Planning Commission on any matters which are not on our agenda tonight. I don't see anybody in the chamber rushing the podium. So how about online? We got any hands up? Okay, I think we'll move on from that. Next slide is announcements. Do we have any announcements from the director?
Through the chair, yes. I have one short announcement. I wanted to let the commissioners know and the public know that we plan on bringing a future agenda item to the May hearing. We're in a unique situation. We have a new planning commissioner and a new director. So I thought it would be a great idea to take the time to kind of go through a training on findings and evidence, what the purpose of findings are, purpose of findings, why we have to make them, or why as the appropriate authority you all have to make them, and what constitutes as evidence. Also go through a draft resolution that we're working on that better kind of organizes the findings so it's not in a narrative form, so they'll jump out at you much easier as a decision maker. And that's all I have on that, but I will reserve my right to speak at directors.
Okay. So you're thinking about doing that next month? Is that what you want to do?
That is correct.
Okay, great. All right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you. Okay, any announcements from any of the commissioners? Okay. All right, that brings us to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature and are usually handled in one motion. Members of the public or commissioners may ask for any item to be pulled for questions or further discussion. We have 4 items on the consent agenda tonight. The monthly activity report for March 2025, the March 12, 2025 special meeting minutes, and the regular meeting minutes, and the March 25th special meeting minutes. We have one design study at DS23-147, the Rodriguez project. And we have another design study and permit. That's design study 24346 and P&T 2024. And this is, so those items are on the consent agenda. Does any of the commissioners want any of those pulled for any comments? Does anyone from the public want any of those items pulled for any comment? Have any questions regarding them? Okay, I don't see anybody in the chambers. I don't see any hands online. So I will make a motion that we accept all the items on the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Alborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karpikoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Okay, that brings us to the orders of business, and we have one item. This is a design review 16384, the Fountain Project. Please, staff is going to give us a report on this.
Thank you, Chair LePage, and good afternoon. So in September of 2024, the Planning Commission had granted a time extension to Mr. Fountain for a mixed-use project on 8th Avenue between Junipero and Mission. That decision was called back for reconsideration. Since then, Mr. Fountain has decided to officially withdraw his request for the time extension. And so what this means is that his entitlements for the mixed-use project are no longer valid. They have expired. Should Mr. Fountain decide to pursue the mixed-use project in the future, he would need to reapply and go through the process again. So this is just an informational report, just to close the loop on this item. There's no action required by the Planning Commission. I'm available to answer any questions, and that concludes my report.
Okay, are there any questions for staff? All right, thank you very much. Do we have to open this up to the public to have any questions? Is that something that we need to do? Can we not? Why not? Any questions from the public regarding this application? Okay, none? Thank you. All right, we'll move on to back to the agenda here. All right. Okay, that brings us to the public hearings. And this evening, first item on the public hearings is a design study. This is DS 25089, the Hunter Project. Consider of a Track 1 referral for the amendment to a previously approved design study for amendments to tree protection and planting plan, including the removal of one Monterey pine and previously approved to remain. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just have some stuff in the way here. All right, so the Hunter Project is a previously approved design study. It was approved, I believe it was last year or the year prior. The project is well under construction. What you're seeing is the site plan that was presented at the concept hearing. The project included the proposed removal of a Monterey pine that is indicated by this red dot here. At the concept hearing, the commission provided direction to the applicant to revise the project to effectively protect the pine and revise the design to accommodate the tree. So the revised plan did do this. This is the site plan that was approved that included the building foundation being stepped away from the tree, being located 6 feet away, and the preservation of the subject tree. However, at the time of the approval, the city forester did note that the tree was in decline, and throughout construction, the tree has continued to decline as assessed by the city forester. Now that construction is well underway, tree roots of a pretty substantial size have been identified on the project site as grading and foundation work are now underway, and it is recommended that the tree be removed. This diagram, the roots are obviously not to scale, but they are just shown enlarged for ease of viewing, but this is the general location of the roots that have been exposed, or at least located. So the tree continues to be in decline. This was assessed by the city forester in March of 2024, as well as present day. The tree removal permit is under the authority of the city forester. However, the amendment to the tree planting and landscape plan has been referred to the Planning Commission as the design study approval required protection of the tree, as well as due to the amount of public interest in protecting the tree. So there are some options available to the commission. One is to allow for the removal of the tree, which is under the authority of the city forester, with conditions to adhere to a tree replanting requirement. An alternative option would be to continue to require the protection and alteration of the building plan. For example, changes in foundations or footings to protect and build around those roots. Excuse me. However, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution which does allow for the removal of the tree. This would amend the previously approved design study for protection of the subject tree. We do have the city forester here as well, if there are any questions, as well as the property owner. I'm not sure if the contractor is here as well, but that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Evan? Can the city forester come up? I had a few questions.
Yes.
Thank you. So you've had a chance now to see the exposed roots there?
Yes.
And what's your opinion of that?
The roots were very large, larger than I expected with the previous development on the site. Didn't get a full measurement, but I think they're at least 4 to 8 inches in some of the larger ones, and even at a distance away from the tree, that would cause a decline in terms of the cut would expose the more bleeding from the tree in this hot weather, and the decline stemming from the beetles in the top of the tree, and that would just attract more beetles to the tree.
So that was my next question.
Sorry.
You've said that the tree's in a declining situation, and I was
Yes.
wondering what's causing the decline, and what do you think the timeline is, and just generally what's your assessment?
The trees, it was in fair to poor condition before, trending poor, and I would say it's now poor to trending very poor. I saw new beetle flagging, red branches in the top of the tree, and just certain angles you can see almost all the way through the canopy, which you couldn't see last year.
And from your experience, when projects, when they bridge roots or cantilever over roots, does that generally have a detrimental effect on the tree?
Not if it's done right, but also usually you're doing that for a specimen tree in fair to good condition, or good condition that you really want to preserve in the long run. A tree in this condition, I don't know if it would be feasible to, or would make sense to go through that much time, that much effort for a tree like this. This building hopefully will be there for 30 to 40 years. I can't say that the tree will.
And just generally, it's kind of my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, you can correct me, but it seems that a lot of the watering that takes place with Monterey pines is when they collect moisture, like from our fog and the needles, and then it drips. Mm-hmm. It drips down, and that kind of creates a drip line.
Yeah.
And it seems like when you cover up the roots, that cuts down the potential for, moisture from that drip line.
And not just the moisture drip, but also the compacting and taking away the oxygen from the fine feeding roots at the surface, which is the Monterey pines are a shallow rooted tree with a lot of.
They are shallow. They don't generally have a big taproot going down.
No.
They kind of spread out like we see this one doing.
Yes.
So that's pretty typical.
Very typical.
Okay. Any other questions for the forester? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, this time I'd like to invite the applicant to come forward, make their presentation. Before we start this, generally I allow applicants 5 minutes to make their presentation, the public 3 minutes to make their comments. If there needs to be questions are raised during the presentation, I allow the applicant to come back and answer those questions. So with that, I'll invite the applicant to come forward and speak to us.
Good afternoon. My name is J.R. Hunter, and I, with my wife, are actually the owners of the property. Originally, when we'd gotten the conclusion from the Planning Commission that the tree should stay. We were operating under that premise. And as we got into the earthwork, I had contacted 3 different people who were, 2 of which are local, that have done, I was looking at trimming the tree as opposed to removing the tree. And then 2 of the 3, well, one of the 3 wasn't licensed in the city, that got eliminated, but 2 of the other 2 gentlemen suggested that I should consider coming back to the city and talking to them about the tree, because they thought the tree was in bad condition as well, i.e. the roots, possible exposure, the beetles, etc. Through this, then, when we got to the point where Landsat Engineering was actually testing the soil in terms of compaction and all that type of thing, he indicated that based on his view, he said the tree roots would be impacted. Now, granted, he's not an arborist, he's an engineer with Landsat. And he said that, I think he said in his report that, Evan has a copy of it, in fact, that the tree roots would probably be impacted, and he suggested the tree should be removed as well. At that point, originally there was an appeal period, which I didn't appeal, and so I went to the city and said, what do I do now? I need some advice and counsel. And thanks to Evan and to Justin, they were able to come look at the tree and confirm some of my concerns regarding the tree. I realize it's a special situation, and it's certainly, I'm concerned about the health and welfare, not only of the tree, but of the people surrounding it if it were to fall. And we've had people make casual comments that are working on the property that it might fall. I'm not suggesting that. I'm not an arborist either, for that matter. So that's why we're here, and to get your designation is what the appropriate thing to do for the community is. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, sir. Okay, members of the public, I'd like to invite at this time to come up and make any comments they'd like to make regarding this application.
My name's John Watson. I'm the neighbor that sort of shares the tree. So I'd like to just make a few comments in support of the tree. I'd like to start off on May 8th, almost a year ago, the Planning Commission approved the Hunters Project, which included retention and protection of the Monterey tree, Monterey pine. Last month, it was discovered that the tree has a large, greater than 8-inch root where the house's foundation is to be poured. And the hunters called Jason Ono to the site. Jason, I think, has stepped out. But I would like to quote from the staff report what he found. It was the opinion of the forester that while a bridge footing may save the larger roots in the footprint of the foundation, committing resources and altering the design for a tree with a limited lifespan would not be prudent at this time. That's quoted from the staff report that you have in front of you anyway. In short, the tree is in the way. Furthermore, it won't survive the necessary amputations, has only a few years anyway, and should be sent to the lumber yard. And apparently Urban Lumberjacks is the preferred vendor for that, and they're ready with their chainsaws. That's one perspective. I'd like to take another perspective. I'd like to take the perspective of the tree. The foundation's in the way. An alternative foundation, for example, a pier and above-grade beam system, would decrease the impact on the tree's root zone. The staff report says alternatives are too expensive. But what's the estimated cost? Was the architect consulted for his professional opinion as to the cost? The tree has had a lot of detractors. They claim that it is mangy, in decline, and should be removed to make way for the foundation. In fact, this was the opinion of Justin Ono more than a year ago, back on March 13th. Luckily, the tree received a pardon from the Planning Commission about 2 months later, after the letter. Unfortunately, the tree hasn't gotten an annual checkup and has been tarred again with being ready for the sawmill. It really needs a careful screening by an independent arborist. So on Monday, March 31st, I sent the hunters an email asking them to grant James Allen, a consulting arborist, access to their site so that they could evaluate the tree. I said having a set of independent eyes on the matter would benefit both of us. And I followed up the email, which is sort of impersonal, with a call to JR. Unfortunately, he flatly refused access, which is his right. In summary, then, from the viewpoint of the tree, nothing has changed since it got its first pardon. And similarly, the foundation plan hasn't been altered. Can we both give a bit here? Can we get the tree an independent checkup? And can the hunters explore an alternative foundation that respects the Planning Commission's retention and protection mandate? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address please come forward.
Hi there, I'm Mary Watson, John's wife, and I just want to emphasize 3 points. First off, the soils report, in our opinion, is not legible. I don't know how you found it, but when we got our copy of it, it was not legible. And what we could tell from it is it says that removing the tree is stated as an option, not a recommendation. So we question that. Number 2, the original application back from May 2nd of 2023 to remove the Monterey pine names the Urban Lumberjacks as the removal contractor. In March of 2025, they were brought back to bid on trimming the tree, but instead suggested that the hunters again should approach the city for removal. The lumberjacks have a definite conflict of interest here, in my opinion. Number 3, as we've already pointed out, are there no plans to design the foundation around the tree? If there are no plans, which we have not seen, how can you folks say the costs are too high? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would you like to come forward? I'll let you finish up. Let me get done with the public other comments. Anybody else from in the chamber here would like to make some comments?
Good afternoon, all of you. It's good to see you. Melanie Billig. I really don't know what to say about this. We had a decision by you. We come back and there's no attempt to try to resolve the issue of preserving the tree. There are options, and the basic option was, it came, I think, straight from you, Mr. Chair, was to do some redesign work. Now, I don't think, given the fact we have no option regarding money, that money is not an option. I mean, if you are familiar with what's going on their adjacent property, and the fact that Mr. Hunter said he didn't mind paying the fine for illegally cutting down the pine tree on the other side of their property. And that was originally supposed to be $46,000. I think it might have been reduced to $32,000, waving a checkbook and said, well, I got what I want. You know, when this project was first brought to the city, it's the staff's obligation to inform the developers of a property what the rules and regulations are regarding the forest. And there are ample of them. I mean, they would be too long for me to even recite in my 3 minutes. But the point being that people are supposed to work around the forest. The forest is our most defining element in this community. The forest and then the cottages. That's what's the big advertisement that we all pay for about this community to attract people here. And I just want to know what the heck the staff was doing in the very beginning of this entire process about this tree. It's supposed to be designed to protect the tree and preserve the tree. This tree, as I told you last time, has been here for many, many years. Now the lifespan of the trees, according to scientists, is 120 years, not 70 years. And has anyone done anything to protect this tree? No, because guess what? They want it out of there, just like the other trees that they have illegally cut down or allowed to die. I mean, there's a whole litany of problems with the house that they built on 3 lots. They didn't manage to save really any of the big trees that were there. And this happened during the pandemic when, you know, things were a little looser around here than they should have been. So my concern is that I couldn't read the report by the soils engineer either, period. It was just so, you know, disjointed because of replication. But the issue really is here, we have a pattern of behavior that's going on in this community with people who come to the staff and decide that they don't want something, and instead of the staff protecting, and this is my opinion because I watch it all the time at Forest and Beach, that people come here, a newer sort of people from other places, they don't understand the forest, they don't understand the history of the forest in terms of its importance to this community, and seek to go around the rules. And the rules are very clear for staff as well as for the developers. We are trying to preserve the forest, and we want you to work around the trees. And so, you know, I just really question what is going on that we would actually have our staff members out, you know, telling us 2 different things about the viability of the tree within a very short period of time. So I thank you for listening, and I hope you will, as Mr. Watson mentioned, really envision the life of the tree and support the tree. I mean, there are other options for the hunters, and they can afford it, given the size of their new construction on their house. This is going to be a spec house anyway, you guys.
All right, all right, Melanie, thank you.
So that's important to keep in mind.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. All right, is there anyone else come forward?
Kathleen Boyer, and I live right next door. I used to look at 3 beautiful camellia trees, oaks, pine, cypress. I couldn't even see the original home because of the 4 lots. It was just a really wonderful feel to that whole corner. When the hunters started their construction on their house, number 16, Monterey pine tree, is next to my front gate on 13th. And probably 20 years earlier, the roots had grown through the original driveway. Well, the original owners of that property didn't cut the tree down. They went over to Casanova and they built a garage and a driveway. So I was so amazed. I never went to any meetings. It's kind of not my deal. But I was shocked when they were able to take out a huge oak tree, and then they had to replace it with another huge oak tree, which they didn't water, so that's 2 oak trees gone. So now the 3rd one's there. They were able to take out all the camellia trees. I don't know how many trees they took out on the lot that they're doing the spec house on now. But that last Monterey pine is the last tree that I can see of green in my skylights. And the reason we have skylights in our house that was built in 1926, when my mother-in-law bought it in 1964, she put in the skylights because we had a beautiful Monterey pine, number 16, in our front yard. Well, on city property, but we had the shade in our yard. And so we had succulents and ivy. Well, now that tree's gone because even though the roots had grown up through the driveway, that's where they put their driveway. And so they had to shave the roots for that very healthy tree, again, number 16 of the first 20 trees planted. And they took it out the next day. The city forester, Sarah at that time, just came and said, oh, that's going to fall. She wouldn't even wait 2 weeks to see if it could survive. So that's gone, and now I can tell you that we don't need those skylights anymore. We have sunshine from 7 a.m. until 4:30 in the afternoon. The one little piece of lawn that we had dried up. All the non-native grasses have invaded that. And I can't go upstairs during the day because the upstairs is too hot because it's just sun beating down. And I'm praying that they do not take that last tree. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let me just look online before I let the applicant, we have some hands up?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I can't see, but go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comments.
Mr. Pitnick?
Yeah,
We have,
can you hear me all right? This is
we
Sam
have
Pitnick.
Mr.
I'm the
Pitnick.
architect
You want
for
to
the
go ahead,
Hunters.
Mr. Sam?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person today. I just want to say, I want to make sure it's clear, that we're not asking permission to remove this pine tree because it's in the way or it's an inconvenience or we simply don't like it. My clients and I were legitimately concerned about the failing health of the tree and the immediate risk that it poses to any number of the surrounding properties. If you go back as far as 2001, the original preliminary site assessment that we received and the tree report prepared by Sarah Davis, first indicated that this pine tree did show some signs of pest or disease that impaired its condition. And with each subsequent visit from the city and city forester, now Justin Ono, they've continued to comment that the tree continues to decline, the health continues to get worse, and our concerns about the tree falling or even a limb falling, keep us up at night. This isn't something that we're trying to take out because, again, it's in the way of construction. We've designed around the tree, and that's how we were able to get planning commission approval before last year or the year before. I forget the exact date. But again, as recently as I think in the last month, Justin Ono has been on site. He's noted the decline in the tree, and even if we keep, even if you vote to keep the tree tonight and we come up with a foundation design that respects the roots, that's not going to save the tree. We feel that this tree is still going to continue to decline, and at some point it's going to come down. And we just pray that it doesn't come down on anyone's homes, and certainly, hopefully not when anybody's inside. So we respectfully ask, tonight that the Planning Commission reconsider their original decision and do vote to take out this tree. We will gladly plant, 2 trees or more, whatever city forester recommends in its place. But I think the bottom line is this tree will come down at some point due to poor health, and we're just concerned what that might, do to the surrounding properties. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Linda, you have your hand up. Would you like to make some comments? You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes. Hi, Linda Smith here. I guess I feel for the neighbor who's lost her screen, her shade screen, and the beauty screen, and the habitat screen. And it's an ongoing process that's happening in Carmel. I've watched it for my whole life. I'm 78 years old now. And gradually, we're just losing our forest. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And so, while I can understand this tree's predicament, I hope that the mitigations will be in kind and There are some people who've actually planted Monterey pines in their backyards in a relatively limited space, and their pines are doing beautifully, and they enhance the beauty of their surroundings, of their house, and provide habitat for squirrels and birds, etc. And they're so Carmel, and so I hope that you require planting of Monterey pines particularly, and that you insist that that they be monitored for health, and that they actually grow up to be a part of a regenerated Carmel Monterey pine forest. And that's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to invite the applicant to come back up at this time and answer questions.
A couple of points of clarification. One is that on the original application, Urban Lumberjacks was plugged in because they'd done some previous work for us at another location. They never came out and looked at anything at that point in time. And the second time, when we called the three, they were just one of the three. It's never been assumed that Urban Lumberjacks was going to do the job. Okay, we called someone out just to give us an estimate of what it would cost to trim the tree. Secondly, I don't believe this is necessarily the forum to discuss this, but I am personally offended by the misinformation that Ms. Billig offered as it relates to me illegally cutting the tree down. We worked very extensively with Mike Branson when he was here, and with Sarah Davis. This was an accident. Sarah, I agree with. Sarah wouldn't let the tree stay. She insisted on it coming down at that point in time. But it was an accident. I wasn't there. I wasn't cited. The contractor worked with the city, I believe, to work out some resolution between the two. So it is not our intent to get rid of the tree. It's also, you know a lot about my financial information. I find that very interesting. Money is an object to me. Secondly, is if you suggest that I plant Monterey pines there, I will do so. But I look to you just to tell me what the appropriate thing to do is at this point in time. I agree with Samuel. I think this tree, I've talked to several people, and I believe this tree will eventually come down. But if you tell me we need to keep it, we will keep it. We will keep it. So, but I don't want to be viewed, and I really don't like the misinformation that comes out in this. It happened the last time, and to suggest that I illegally, Mike Branson went over that property extensively, and he approved the shaving of the roots. And the reason is that Maureen Ham was not there when they shaved the roots, who was the previous lady who was an arborist who lives in Santa Cruz. So it's really an issue of the tree. It has nothing to do with me. If you suggest that it should stay, we'll deal with it somehow. But I really am offended by the fact that people like this can make statements about that I can afford it when they know nothing about me. I've never met this lady before in my life, and I believe she's very much out of order. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I believe that concludes all the comments. So I'm going to close the public comment, open up to the commissioners. Do we have somebody else online? Oh, you give me that look there. All right. Okay, Commissioner Karapatkov, would you like to begin?
Yeah. Well, we have been discussing that project for quite a while now. I remember all the previous revisions. So I understand the concern of the community about losing the forest character, and it's true that the way houses are planned today on these narrow lots, really there's little space to put trees in between the houses. We end up with having some houses in the front just to fulfill the requirements. We have, upper canopy tree requirements. We have some houses in the front, we have some houses maybe in the back, but not on the side because the lots are very narrow, and architects are trying to build the houses as close to the setback as possible. So that it's a generic problem. I think I'm not sure exactly how we're going to solve that. Looking from above, you can imagine now we have this house to the south that has no tree along the property line. And it's very close to the property line. It's about 3 feet from the property line. And then we have, the new house that is being built is again 3 feet from the other side of the fence. So there's really nothing, no greenery in between these two houses. Now, if we remove that tree on the other side, we will end up with maybe 3 houses next to each other without any tree in between. That's really my concern, is that really that leads to loss of this feel of being in the forest. And the 2 options are, one is to change the design of the house. We already did that basically when we changed the corner of the house to stay away from the tree. One is to change the design of the house to be able to keep the tree, and the other option is to have 1 or 2 trees planted, possibly on that border between that house and the neighbor, to replace the pine tree. It's a generic problem with pines. Pines have long roots. They stay, they're not deep. They just go left and right, and they go over 10 feet, 12 feet. You know, we say 6, but usually they go far away. So it is almost impossible to kind of dig around these pine trees and not hit something. So my recommendation is to, another point is, I noticed that this tree, we talk about the history of this tree. I noticed that the tree has been trimmed on the other side, on the neighbor side. All the branches, all the big branches are missing. So I'm not exactly sure what happens, because this is a really bad way to treat the tree, where when you remove the branches, it goes out of balance and starts falling on the other side just because of the weight. Maybe that's why the tree built this additional root system to support its weight, because there were no branches on the other side to balance it. It's just basic physics. So I would love to maybe have another discussion with the forester of ways to keep that tree. What would it take from a design perspective to change the design of the house so that we can keep the tree? If that's entirely impossible, the plan B would be to remove it and to plant another canopy tree in the same area, maybe with a little offset, to make sure that we have greenery.
Just for clarification, the resolution presented by staff is us requiring at least 2 upper canopy trees, and also they're specifying the size. So that's in the resolution. Just for clarification.
It's just not it's not just the number of the trees. Where are they located? We are running out of space on that lot where we can put these trees. The only place where it will kind of help us keep this forester character is where the patio is, right? That area in front of the living room. That's the only place where we can have a tree that is between the properties. Adding another tree in the front of the house and in the back of the house, I don't think it's going to change anything. Yeah, this patio area here that is like in the middle, that is where a tree would make sense. And hopefully we'll be able to, continue to fulfill this function as providing shade to this property and the neighbor property.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Locke, your comments?
Oh boy. Thank you. Thank you for the lead in on this. No, I having served on the Forest and Beach Commission before I was on the Planning Commission, I can certainly understand our need to preserve the forest. However, I also have a lot of respect for the people who are professional arborists and work for the city, which their interest should be in maintaining our forest. And what I've heard this evening was Mike Branson was involved originally, and then certain things happened. Sarah got involved, and I certainly have a lot of respect for Sarah's work. And Justin, now that you're in those shoes, I do respect your opinion on this. And what I have heard is that this tree has an issue with beetles, that it does have a limited lifespan at this time. And I certainly agree that it appears that the way the tree has grown, most of the growth is to the south, not to the north, whether that was trimming or whether it's just the way it has grown, which obviously would tend to push it. If it's going to fall, it'll probably fall to the south. And while I think that we could require revision of the plans to bridge, perhaps mitigate the roots that are currently there, I think it's only a matter of time, based on what our experts are telling us, that this tree will no longer be viable. And so I think I'm more inclined to support allowing it to be removed at this time, with a condition that it be replaced with another upper story tree. Ideally would be in that same area, and obviously and I don't know all the mechanics of getting the roots out to be able to free up space for another tree to go in there. That would be, I think, where I would go with it, but I also am interested in this two upper canopy tree concept, and what Commissioner Petkoff said about locations that would work on this site, because it is a small site and this house does take up a lot of space. And it's almost like there's a holly tree in the front that, I don't know whether that might be replaced with an upper story tree or what, but I don't see that you can really find two spots for that kind of tree on it. So, Justin, I'm kind of looking at you, because I think maybe you can give us a better perspective on what we're looking at with this. And I'd love to have you come up and just kind of respond to what I've said.
Yeah, I think that the roots, the stump and the roots can be ground out to replant in place. And yeah, it is really tight. I would be in favor of getting the holly out, but then you're still stuck. You'd almost have to replant with more, because then you're dropping your coverage even that much more. I really have to study to see where another option would be. I'm not a designer or an architect, but create a planting space in the patio. Mm-hmm. That's another space, and it helps with the buffer between the north and the south properties.
Okay.
One other thing I just want to touch on. Urban Lumberjacks was bought by Tope's Tree Service, and Andrew Tope is a board-certified master arborist as well.
Okay,
Justin, before you take off, isn't it true that all the trees in the city have been inventoried?
The public trees.
The public trees. Okay, not the private trees. Okay.
And again, not most of them. They didn't do Mission Trail Park or Upper Forest Hill Park, but the right-of-ways, the medians, most of the 13,000 trees.
But there's an active program to monitor and to assess an agenda or a strategy to renew and keep the urban forest healthy.
Yeah, and that's we're working on our urban forest master plan, or Carmel Forest Master Plan, that is going through Forest and Beach right now, that will come before you guys.
Right, and you're dealing with natural diseases, like the bark beetle, and other things which affect the pines.
Yes.
And then we have others. We have other significant trees in the city which have different issues. So it's a complex, and I think I just want the public to understand that this is something that the city actively works on all the time. And yes, there is a turnover in trees and things are changed, but it's being actively, there's an active strategy that's going on all the time to try and manage this.
Yeah, we've been trying to replant more, and that's been
right.
I think that was the deficiency, was trees were going out, and talking with the former council member Ferlito, that trees were going out, but they weren't necessarily always going back in, and so there's kind of a gap, especially during COVID. I think that was a big 2 to 3 year gap.
So you're actively trying to address that now?
Yeah, we planted over 100 trees in the right-of-way last year, and we're just trying to keep going. We're trying to go one for one. Every tree removed, replant one, either in the city or in the private.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alborn, your comments.
Thank you, Chair. I am the freshman, so I'm still learning. this project before us seems to have several components. I do need to depend on professionals, arborists, and landscape designers for anything related to trees. And so I accept the report that we've received from our city forester saying that this tree has gone from trending poor to perhaps very poor condition. And that's regretful, and it's also a fact of life. And so I would definitely lean towards the removal of the tree if that indeed is the recommendation of the forester. And I do want to mention that the property owner has demonstrated a willingness to redesign the project in order to accommodate the tree and to try to keep the tree. And I think that that's important. I think that needs to be mentioned. That said, I think it would be nice if the property owner did not need to continue a redesign. And how will the replacement trees be able to work on this particular project? I don't have an answer to that. I wouldn't even begin to propose a suggestion for how you can add 2 additional upper canopy trees to this project. But I most certainly would support that because we are the village in the forest by the sea, and that is indeed part of our general plan and our local coastal plan and what we are certified here, mandated to do and to protect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yeah, I really do appreciate and empathize with all the comments about saving our forest. It really is one of the key defining things about this, our community. As opposed to so many other communities you go into, you really feel like you're in a forest. As soon as you drop off a Highway 1, whether you're coming in a Carpenter or Ocean, you're right away you're into the furnace. I remember my forest, and I remember my grandson, when we'd drive down from the Bay Area and I'd pick him up, he'd always say, oh, we're in the Carmel trees. He'd always be talking about that. But the forest it's an ongoing thing. These trees mature, they have diseases, and they only live a certain amount. We can speculate about how long it is, but it's pretty much just a little over 100 years if they don't have any disease. And this situation here, what I hear from the city forester, and I depend on his testimony and his expertise, is that this tree has a limited amount of time. So the question is yes, we could require that they do bridging of the roots and so forth, but I just think it's kind of a temporary thing. I think a better strategy is to take the tree down and require the owner to plant either a combination of upper and lower canopy trees. I'm not one that thinks you can't plant trees, upper canopy trees on that property. You plant them close to the property line, so they share the setback between the properties. That's the strategy you take on the interior property lines. We have a combination setback. It's got to be equal 12 feet. So it could be 3 feet on one side. It's going to be 9 feet on the other. So there's room to plant these trees. And I think we need a combination of some lower canopy and some upper canopy here. So at the very least, I'd recommend that we go with 1 upper canopy, because that's a 1-for-1, which is what the city forester said their strategy has been. And then we require 2 lower canopy trees. And if they have to make space in the patio, so be it. I make that a condition of the motion. The patio, the trees take precedent over, the patio, and they can make a nice outdoor space which incorporates the tree. So that would be my recommendation, that we accept the resolution as per staff, and I think staff, I haven't got it in front of me, but the resolution states that at least 2 upper canopy trees. I would recommend we change that to say 1 upper canopy tree and 2 lower canopy trees.
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have any more discussion on that? All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Albourn?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrot-Peckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Wait for everybody to clear out of here for a second. Okay, the next item on the public hearings tonight is the Bennett project. This is a design study, DS 24167, and a variance. It's consideration of a combined concept, final study, and associated coastal development permit for substantial alterations to an existing single-family residence and a variance to modifications to the maximum site coverage and regulations. We have staff report, please.
Yes, thank you. I'll be presenting the Bennett project this evening. This is a 5,554 square foot lot at the northeast corner of Scenic and 10th. It is in the single family and beach, riparian, and park overlay zones. It's currently non-conforming in terms of floor area and height, but the project does not involve any increase in floor area or height. However, the project scope does qualify it as a substantial alteration. They're proposing new siding, new chimney, new windows and doors, a new roof, retaining walls, and site coverage. So that is why the project is here at the Planning Commission. And then I'll also discuss the site coverage and landscaping separately. So the existing home is shown at the top. It's since been repainted, and then the proposed at the bottom. The forester did go out recently to take a look at the cypress in the front yard. It's actually 2 cypress, and the forester did determine that they are significant trees, and he determined their structural root zones. So there is a condition of approval. The project, go right back, but the project proposes changing the kind of curvilinear circular retaining wall around the trees to a more squared off design, bringing the retaining walls closer to the trees. So to go back, the forester doesn't recommend this scope of work. He recommends omitting that part of work from the project. So just to clarify, the park overlays the beach and scenic pathway. These are the finished materials proposed for the home. They are proposing, it's a home with wood siding. Presently, it will feature wood siding, wood veneer, smooth stone, and rough stone, aluminum, non-divided light windows and doors, and a metal roof. There's already a metal roof on this home, and a wood garage door and a wood front door. This is the south elevation that just shows the different materials. I believe the applicant wants to clarify the wood veneer from the wood horizontal siding. So staff did add a condition of approval that required reducing the amount of materials down from 4, because 4 is a little more than we usually like to see. We want to see just minimal siding materials. But of course, if new information becomes available, you can strike that draft condition. And then staff did not add a condition, but this is just for your consideration. Right now, there are a few windows that have divided lights at the bottom, like lower awning style lights, and those are proposed to be removed and replaced simply with non-divided, just fully glazed windows and doors. You can see in the elevation drawings that the window and door frames are going to be narrower after the project. And then just quickly to talk about lighting, this is not currently a condition in the resolution, but you could consider adding one to reduce the number of exterior light fixtures down from 34. There's already a standard condition about the lumen levels, which says, like, the purpose of lighting is to safely illuminate walkways, entrances to the subject property, and outdoor living spaces. But if you feel 34 is excessive, you could add a condition. So moving on to talk about the variance. The allowed site coverage square footage is 512 square feet, or up to 734 if the permeability bonus is met, and they are requesting a total of 984 square feet. Staff does recommend denial of the variance and has added a condition requiring simply that they comply with the site coverage maximum. These are the two site plans. We can come back to this. North is up. And we can come back to that, certainly. But these are the 6 variance findings that all need to be met. And staff does not find that they are all met. And because it's important, I'm going to just take the time to hit the highlights of each finding. So finding A, due to special physical circumstances, the strict application of the zoning ordinance would deprive this property of privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity developed under the same limitations of the zoning ordinance. Finding B, the variance would not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with limitations on other property in the vicinity and within the same zone. C, staff was able to find that, the variance would not be detrimental to adjacent properties or injurious to public health, safety, or welfare. So that's one we don't see a conflict with. Finding D, the condition or situation of the property is not so general or recurrent in nature as to make reasonable or practical a new rule, a new regulation to address it. And then the situation or condition was not the result of the actions of the existing or any prior owner of the property. And then that granting the variance would not be in conflict with the general plan or the zoning objectives. So while this is a single family home in the single family district that applies with the zoning, there are conflicts with the general plan. So in summary, the applicant has provided a justification letter, and staff has also provided responses to each finding, and I do have slides going through each one, but there is some overlap, so I just thought I'd summarize that the applicant's request is stemming from their belief that there's a drastic change in topography on this site, that it's a narrow property, that the trees and on-site parking are a hardship, and that the extra coverage is a necessity for safety, specifically to get to their front door. And the staff response is that it's a typical topography for Carmel. It's a typical 40-foot wide lot. The trees and the parking are typical. The extra coverage would be a privilege. The placement of the front door is a design choice. The general plan speaks to limited site coverage and on-site water percolation and infiltration, and there are multiple alternative site coverage solutions to achieve safe access to a front door wherever it's located. And then these are just some of the alternatives that could be considered to have safe access to a front door and other coverage needed on a property that do not require a variance. I won't go through them, but we could return to this if you'd like. So the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving the design study as conditioned and the coastal development permit, but denying the variance and instead requiring the site coverage be kept at the typical limit. And then in summary, there are a couple of special conditions of note, omitting the retaining wall work in those cypress tree root zones, complying with the site coverage limits, and then potentially reducing the number of cladding materials. And then for your discussion, no conditions currently added. They are eliminating the window divisions. They're proposing narrower frames and then 34 exterior lights at the moment. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and we have the applicant and owner with us.
Okay, questions from the commissioners? Go ahead.
Catherine, could you please speak a little bit to the exterior lighting and the 34 units? I think that's a sensitive topic in Carmel, and once installed, difficult to back away from. So could you talk a little bit more to that and what your analysis is of what they're proposing?
So landscape lights are required to be 10 feet apart, which nearly all of these are. There's also more subjective language about what's required for safety and outdoor living areas and walkways. You could say, well, the whole site is activity area, living area, walkway. That's the whole site. but 34 is a lot of exterior lights. We would typically like to see one light at each entrance, and landscape lights minimally as needed to get to the front door, maybe.
And what about the level of illumination that the lights
That's in there
provide?
too, yes. This is one of our standard conditions. So landscape, it's 375 for the light fixtures that are on the walls of the home, the exterior walls. And then if it's like a low landscape light, it's 225 lumens.
And is there any recommendation or requirement to have any of these be solar rather than hardwired?
There is not. But I should also specify that all fixtures are always needing to be shielded and downlit, so there's no exposed bulbs. So all of that is captured in every project, but there is some discretion over how many lights is too many.
Thank you.
But there's no specific standard or ordinance that states how many lights?
No, there is not.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Any other questions for staff? All right, I'm going to invite the applicant to come forward and make the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the architect on the project. My name is Eric Miller. So I'd like to start with the variance. We didn't like any of the design solutions where it goes down to the minimum lot coverage because, Lee's mother has a cane and has a difficult time, walking upstairs, so putting a door in the lower level next to the garage door wouldn't work for them, or putting mulch down the side because the existing entry in the house is on the side in the middle, and she really couldn't walk down that much that long a distance with mulch. So also, putting mulch around the house would affect the fire safety and the insurance company and potentially be a problem. So we're going to withdraw the variance request, and we're just going to keep the existing paving that's there now. So we're not going to ask for any change on that. So then I would like to address the design issues. First of all, there's really only two materials on the building. There's stone and there's wood. And I'm going to get the some of the stone is smooth and some of the stone is split face. But there's reasons for the split face. So if we can go to the floor plan, I think that's on sheet 5B. Do you have that? Or do you have a floor plan of the upper level?
I can pull it up. Just one moment.
The reason we want split face on the two side walls where the fireplace is and the other side is because we have it inside and we want a sort of an honest representation of what that stone's doing. We thought it would be an interesting, and it's essentially part of the basic design of the house, to make those feel like two split-face stone walls, and you can see it in the plan where we show it inside and out. Also, I think it adds elegance to the design, and we spent quite a bit of time trying to work that into the design of the house. So I think if you can, you have to see the floor plan though, I proposed. So the upper level. Okay, so the living room's at the bottom left, and you can see on either side of the fireplace, there's split face stone inside and split face stone outside, and the opposite wall has the same thing. So we think that's a fundamental part of the design, and we think it makes it much more interesting and a more elegant design.
Before you go on, can you go to the elevation so we can get see that in elevation view too? Thank you.
So in addition to that, since we only have two materials, we would like to do a combination of split face. So if you look, there's the proposed, there it is.
It's existing.
It's the side elevation that you'd see that. So that's the proposed right there. So it's the side elevation. So there's the fireplace, and that's that stone wall on that side. It's not really visible from scenic. I guess you could see it if you really looked, but for us as
the other's on the north elevation?
That it's on the north and south elevation.
So can we see the north?
Yeah, so as architects, we think that's an important statement and actually ties the design together. So when it comes to the door on the lower level next to the garage door, the awning windows and I think confusing fenestration, if you look at the existing, really doesn't go with the architecture, and I don't think it's something that we'd like to see. So we just wanted a cleaner sliding glass door as indicated in the lower level, the lower drawing. But you can't even see that from the street because the retaining wall and the planter and the tree block it completely. I think you have a picture from the street of the proposed, the photograph or the rendering that we made.
I have a question.
So you can't see that from the street. Oh, there we go. See, you see how even the existing and proposed retaining walls really don't expose that. And based on my discussion with the city forester, we're not going to be able to pull that wall back that far. That's too close to the roots of the tree. So we're going to have to pull it out quite a bit more. We talked about 6 to 8 feet. And I'd like a condition added that the city forester has to review the root system after we hand dig, expose the roots, and under his observation, determine how far that retaining wall gets pulled back.
Okay, Commissioner Karapetko, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that consistently this lower awning windows are eliminated with like a floor to bottom glass.
Mm-hmm.
How is the ventilation going to work when that's the purpose of these windows is really to be able to open it and let fresh air in. How is that going to work?
There's operable windows in the front and the back of the house. Then there's sliding doors in the courtyard. The owner wants to be able to crack a sliding door and move the air through. So there's operable windows and sliding doors. So we're fine. Well, we don't think there's going to be a ventilation problem with getting rid of the awning windows.
Are you proposing to put whole house ventilation in this?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have a mechanical exchange of air going on?
There's a mechanical heat exchanger and all that sort of thing. But I think they can also open the windows and doors and ventilate. I just think the windows that are in there are inelegant and I think don't go with the architectural style. The same is true for the sliding doors in front. Right now the doors are about 3 inches in the style of the door, but the new ones are proposed at 1 inch, but the depth of the door is about 3.5 to 4 inches. So as soon as you go to any angle, the door looks clearly delineated from the adjacent glass panel. So they're much better doors, much more interesting, and just architecturally a much better look for the doors. And then what was the other thing? The glass rail. Can we look at the photograph of the scenic side? Well, the rendering that we made. Okay, so the glass rails are broken up by the vertical structural elements that are holding them. The glass itself would be low iron, so it wouldn't look green at all. It's completely clear. We think adding the cable rail makes it busy and adds clutter and another material to the front of the house. So we prefer the design that we're showing here. And so we'd like to keep the design of the front of the house. I hate to have the design slide in the wrong direction. So let me see, there's...
And Eric, what about the retaining walls? The staff is proposing to leave those. Did you comment on that?
Yeah, so the retaining walls, if you want to go to the site plan that showed the retaining walls, we agree with the city forester. I think that one wall would be too close, so we would like to leave it exactly where it is. Go back to the existing so I can show you. Yeah, see that that curved wall? We're fine with that. I agree with the city forester, that's too close. But the wall at the top, that's, I think, yeah, that wall, we'd like to move that towards the tree so you can open a door in the driveway more comfortably. But that's where I propose having a condition based on hand digging in that area and allowing the city forester to determine how far we can move that wall. That tree is as important to us as it is to the city. We care about that tree, and we don't want that to, really be impacted negatively by construction. So.
Okay, anything else? Any questions for Eric?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll give you an opportunity to come back if we have more questions. All right, are there any members of the public that would like to come forward? Come on up, talk to us about this.
Hi, I'm Kathy Haller. I live next door to that house. I'm not understanding a lot of this, the way they're doing it. I'm not against it. I want to say that ahead of time. My concerns are they moving the house out towards the water? Are you moving any of that? So it's all the same there, and that porch is right there? Exactly. Okay. My problem might be with the wall, and we could talk about it, is that our house driveway comes out. It's very hard to see the people coming around, which is coming around the corner. So that's my concern too. That's basically. And the other thing I wanted to ask was something. So everything's going to the back. I'm not sure I have anything else to add to that. Oh, the what are you doing the wall with? You're going to leave that wall there?
Can I address this? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, come on up, answer the question.
I couldn't see all.
So what happens, so if you can put up sheet 3B, so you can see, so this is starting with 3B, you can see that we're just squaring these off and pulling this back. So if you look at 3B, the proposal is to pull it back from the driveway to have less wall there. And in front, so if we're talking about one wall here.
Oh, so like when you're going down, you're taking off some of this wall?
Can we also go to 3A so everyone can see what we're talking about? So see how 3A, you see that wall that curves and opens to the path?
I can't see that far. That's why I'm.
Okay, so see this wall that curves?
Yeah.
And that's there now. It comes all the way out here.
Yeah.
We're talking about pulling that back and making a more rectilinear wall. And
okay, so it would.
No higher.
Yeah.
But back more, because you're this house, right? To the south?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's the house to the south. So, and then we're not moving any of the house or any of the porch.
Okay.
We're just resurfacing the building and.
Okay.
I think, and we want to keep the tree. That's important to us.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. My other problem is not a problem because I don't know what's going to happen. So, I don't want light shining into my house, which have happened in the past.
Well, you're in the right venue for that because these folks get to make the decision. So it's perfect to talk about that today. Yeah. All the light that we have on the house is consistent with the requirements of the city for dark sky. So none of the light will be bleeding off the site. It's all intended to be down on the site. I think it's important to, some people don't have that great at night vision and they want to be able to see the way up to the path. So none of the lights you won't see the bulb, you won't see any light bleeding off of it. Okay. So we'd like to keep the lighting the way we show it.
Do you have the lighting on the plan?
It's on the plan.
Can we go to that page? So you can see the down lights.
So you can see, I can show you. See, there's
our code doesn't allow any lights to shine out. They have to shine down.
Right, it has to shine down. So dark sky, they really can't shine up either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
don't have
it's all just okay.
Yeah. It was just, we were concerned you were going to try to pull it out, and then we wouldn't be able to see.
Lee wants to be a great neighbor. Have you met him? He's a great guy. So you met my brother. They're both great. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in the chamber that wants to speak on this application? And how about online? We got any hands going up? No hands. Okay, I want to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke, you want to begin?
Sure. First of all, I want to say happy birthday to Eric. Happy birthday. I think this is a really nice improvement to this house. I don't have really a lot of things to say other than I think you answered the question about the different materials. While I think there were 4 represented, and I still am not really sure the veneer area that was discussed. I know there was some discussion on site, but I'm not really clear on how that was. But I'm comfortable with what you were talking about, the 2 different types of the stone and the wood siding. Completely supporting the replacement, in this case, of the metal roof. Then this home's beautiful because it actually has a curvature to the roof area, and that carries throughout the house. I was really happy to see the inside of it because it is a beautiful, beautiful house. I do have a concern about the lighting, and I think that that needs to be reduced by at least 50%, in my opinion. 34 is a lot of light. I don't know why you would need to illuminate the north pathway behind the house. I mean, I think rarely would anybody be walking through there at night, and if they do, we have our cell phones or whatever that we could use to light that. And that you don't need that much lighting just in general. So I think I support staff's opinion on that most of the lighting should be at the doors and along the pathway that goes to the front door. Obviously, a little bit here and there is one thing, but 34 seems to be way excessive. And I don't have a problem with so the proposal changes some of the windows that had a divide down at the bottom to allow ventilation. In this case, I don't think that what has been proposed has any impact on the way this house looks, because it fits with the architecture. And the same thing goes for the glass on the glass for the deck rails. And I think it's perfectly appropriate. Right now you've got cable railing on it, and no, I think it'll just be a beautiful new project. So look forward to seeing it.
Okay, Commissioner Karapetko, your comments?
Oh, okay. So I have a little bit of a different opinion here. I think the existing house is actually perfect. So any attempt to improve it can backfire. For example, the existing house already has a lot of glass in the front. Adding even more glass I don't think it's improving it from a look and feel perspective. I'm not sure what the community is going to say about that, but what I notice is the sliding door are becoming bigger, maybe like a foot taller. The glass the railing is becoming glass as well. And in the front, we have this sliding door in front of a normal door with 2 windows on both sides. I mean, I don't want to comment on the architectural benefits and drawbacks. What I can say is really it's some of these modern elements that are being suggested are very impractical, and people regret them the moment they move in. For example, these large sliding doors, they look wonderful on drawings, but once you move in and start moving this thing left and right, you realize how heavy it is. And so that's really the problem that I have, is that the house that the existing west elevation, for example, looks perfect to me from a design perspective and also from a Carmel style perspective. The one on the bottom, the one that is showing the proposed west elevation, is just too much glass. The other element I wanted to discuss is the retaining wall. It doesn't seem to be damaged. It's a perfectly healthy, well done, very beautiful retaining wall with a natural curved shape that fits very well with the way the street is curved as well. Very natural, very fitting the environment. trying to change that organic form to something that is more, straight, like 90-degree corners and stuff, is, in my mind, is not improving the look and feel. It's actually working against the kind of the environment there. And also has the practical drawbacks that once you destroy it, first of all, destroying this retaining wall is going to be a disaster because you create so much dust and noise and debris, but then how do you connect the new wall with the old one? There are pieces of rebar that are holding this thing, so you basically use a jackhammer in the middle of a day. It takes 2 days actually to destroy it. You destroy it, and then you build a new piece, like just to move it a foot. And then how do you connect it to the old wall? So it uses epoxy, and it becomes really a messy project. I'm not sure I understand the benefit of changing the retaining wall at all if it's in a good condition and it's not broken. And also when you open the retaining wall, you realize that the roots of the trees are running along the retaining wall, right? That's what happens. The roots go that way, and when they hit the concrete, they go that way. So when you remove this retaining wall, you're looking at 5-10 feet of roots along the retaining wall. So what do? If you want to move 1 foot, you cut that whole root and kill the tree. That's not a good idea either. So I'm not in love with the idea to make that change. But again, that is a separate issue. The biggest issue I have is with the look and feel from Scenic. It's just too much glass. It's just glass over glass over glass. There's nothing else than glass on that side. And it's in my mind, it's not improving the look and feel of the house. The current house is much better.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Alburn, your comments?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Locke. I think perhaps a review of the lighting plan might improve the project by reducing in some way the quantity of lights. I can't say how many. I'm not an architect and I'm not a lighting designer, but if it would be possible for the lighting plan to be reviewed, and if there might be opportunities to reduce the quantity of lights in the exterior, I think that would improve it for the neighborhood. I would also, after walking the site today, we saw the site coverage existing, and I would be in favor of not increasing any site coverage on the project. I also appreciate that Ms. Holler, I believe it was, came to speak about neighborhood safety, and I think it would definitely be a bonus to the neighborhood if, as the retaining walls at the street, if they are going to be redesigned and modified in some way, if they could improve the circulation and the safety of circulation and traffic along Scenic, that would be a wonderful bonus. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of comments here. We need to focus here on the standards. So we're not redesigning houses here. If a property owner buys a piece of property, they can hire an architect, and the architect's job is to design the house. That's not our job. Our job is to make sure that the design meets the standards and the guidelines. So any decisions, we're not making decisions about if the old house looked good or the new house looks good. That's not what we're making decisions about. We're making decisions about whether or not what's proposed meets the standards and meets the guidelines. So I just want to get that out there, and we need to get focused on that. There is no standard on the lighting. I asked staff specifically about that. It's the opinion of the staff that there's too many lights. I mean, it could be my opinion, there's too few lights. It's an opinion. So I'm not opposed if there's a safety issue, if there's what I'm concerned about lighting, if there's an impact. Now we have specifically designed our guidelines and our ordinances so that there aren't lighting impacts. We have a certain height, we have certain lumens, we have certain types of lights, down lights. So if you want to put a condition on there that they work with staff to make less lights, I'm not really sure what we're doing. I mean, what are we doing? We don't make less lights because we think there's too many lights arbitrarily, or because there's an impact and there's a safety issue. If there's a safety issue, then we need to address that. If there's a specific impact to the neighbor or the surrounding neighborhood, we need to address that. But without putting some specific direction onto a limitation of something which meets a standard, I don't see the point. The applicant has withdrawn the variance. That's not an issue. Okay. The other issue is the retaining walls that staff pointed out. The applicant or the architect is proposing that they excavate that area, see what the root system is, and then based upon that, a decision would be made that they would remove or they would move the retaining wall that is parallel to the driveway back a little bit towards the tree so they can get better usability, exiting from the car and entering the car. It doesn't seem unreasonable. The intent is to protect the tree, and it doesn't seem unreasonable to allow them to do some investigation. The investigation is not going to hurt the tree. In fact, it might provide more information about what's going on there so that they have a better understanding about how to protect that tree in the future. With regards to what's going to happen, how they build that out, that's not really our concern. Our concern is not about how they do their construction, only how that would impacts the construction management plan. So, like I said, we just need to be conscious about focusing on the things which are under our jurisdiction and our ability, and that we may need to be making decisions about. So we have a resolution from staff, which has a number of special conditions.
Before we get to the
Yeah,
resolution,
you have a comment?
I'll just
Go ahead.
respond to a few things. Commissioner Karapetkoff thought that maybe the doors were increasing in height, and they are not. The doors are staying the same height. And then Commissioner Alborn, because the applicant has withdrawn the variance request, they're over on their site coverage. So just to be clear, that means not only can they not add any more site coverage, they can't touch the site coverage they have. So everything there will stay and no changes at all will happen. And then in terms of lighting, our design guidelines do speak to lights, and it's use lights only where needed for safety and at outdoor activity areas. So the design guidelines give us
Well, that's
that.
what I said. Then the direction should be that we make a special condition, they work with staff to address the safety issue so that safety is maintained, but that more lights are not added, just for convenience. Where safety would be, as the guidelines point out, safety is the issue, not so much illuminating landscaping for aesthetic reasons. Is that my understanding of the intent of the guideline? So that would be, a direction that we can put into the motion. So I was going over the special conditions. No copper gutters or downspouts. That's pretty standard these days. Construction management plan, number 32, number 33. Per modification for tree protection. That's just a tree protection, the standard one, I believe. Is there anything specific there, staff? Nothing specific on that one. It's just standard tree protection.
So that one is just putting it on the plans. There's a standard tree protection higher up in the reso, but number 3 says put the language on the plans specifically. Okay. And then there's also another condition, number 38, that talks about omitting the retaining wall work entirely from that area around the cypress trees. So that would be the one that that it sounds like you're wanting to revise.
Well, there's a possibility we could the architect has requested that we would make a modification to that, whether or not we put it in the motion or not. I just wanted to clarify that. So, then there's number 34 is about demolition and nonconformities. And then the site cover 35, so they've withdrawn the variance, so does that need to be changed? Does that need to be reworded? We just withdraw that altogether?
It has in there one option is to specify that all the non-conforming site coverage shall not be altered. So that covers
Okay.
it.
All right. But the language regarding the variance is out, or the denial of the variance is out. And then non-conforming in the 36 is if non-conforming walls located within the front setback are removed as proposed, new walls within the front setback shall comply with the 3-foot height. Are they currently 3 feet?
Higher.
They're higher.
And on the plans, they're proposing to
And
bring it into
they are proposing to move those back, right?
and bring it down.
So they're gonna
that's
be-
just
they've gotta be brought down.
specifying you're rebuilding it, you got to bring
Okay.
it into code.
All right. And then, well, I didn't quite understand about the exterior cladding materials. So staff is saying that 4 is too many, or?
So it's really just wood and stone, but there's 2 types of wood and 2 types of stone. In the past, planning commission policy is simplify it.
Right.
So
But maybe this is a question for the architect, that the veneer looked like on the fascia, is that a painted wood, or what is
yeah,
that,
I'm not
Eric?
sure. It wasn't on the sample finish sheet.
Yeah, so the veneer, there's a header, structural header above the existing door, and we're not moving the header, so it's like a 6x12. So we just want to clad that in a veneer so it looks like the rest of the siding in the building. So it's a natural siding. We didn't want to, cover that with anything except have a wood. So it has a trabeated look between the openings.
So it's gonna look like the siding, basically. So
Yeah.
it's not a separate application or anything. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
So we'll just strike that condition.
Okay.
Easy.
And then we have the protection of the number 38, which could be modified or could let stand. Okay, so I've explained those. What's the feeling of the commission? Anybody just jump in there about any modifications or substitutions?
No, I think that's fine. I'll move that we approve the, let's see if I can get to it. Approve the staff recommendation with the changes that were just discussed, including the working with staff on the lighting for safety, hopefully reducing the number of lights, leaving number 38, special condition number 38, which currently talks about potentially not changing or doing things with the retaining wall. However, it does say prior to the building permit, so I think that covers what was discussed today about being able to do some exploratory work and see what's going on there before you come back for final. That the non-conforming site coverage shall not be altered.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, sure,
I feel
go
like
ahead.
I should specify.
Yeah.
I'm going to revise it. Not that it shall not be altered. You can decrease.
Shall not be
decrease all you want.
increased, yes.
Shall not be increased or reorganized in any way.
Thank you. So you got that one. Anyway, I think those were the things that we had talked about.
And then we were going to take off, was it 36?
6.
36 we're
strike
going to delete?
36.
Okay. All right.
Through the chair.
Yes.
May I make a point of clarification? As part of the action, I would also specify that in the resolution it says denial of a variance. I would just omit that language since the variance is withdrawn.
Yeah, we're going to omit the language regarding the variance in the motion. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Carapikoff?
No.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. All right, that brings us to item number 8 on the public hearing. This is a design study 2401, excuse me, did I get that right? Yeah. Am I got that right? Number? We're on number 8, right? We just did Bennett, yeah. We got another variance. That was getting me a little bit confused there. Okay, so design studies DS 24014 and a variance VA 24364. This is the Lewis and McClellan Trust. This is consideration of a tract 1 design study referral associated variance for the construction of a 39 square foot addition to an existing residence and a 200 square foot parking pad in the front setback. We have staff report, please.
Thank you. So this is the design study and variance request for Lewis McClellan Trust. As you can see, this is the existing site plan with the driveway, garage. The applicant is proposing to remove some site coverage in order to accommodate a 39 square foot addition to the side of the garage, which they're going to be converting to a bedroom, bathroom, and walk-in closet. And they're proposing to put a parking pad in the front setback where the existing driveway is. So you can see here's the proposal here, parking pad in the front, small addition on the side. The red outlines are showing where site coverage is being removed to accommodate the increase in floor area. Variance is being requested for minimum front setback dimensions because they're proposing the parking pad in the front. So variances require findings A through F listed here. We can come back to them later if there's any questions on them, and we'll go through one by one in staff's analysis of if this project meets said findings. A is due to special circumstances applicable to the project. Staff's response, it's not special circumstances. It's very typical in Carmel to have lots that are sloped, lots that are full of trees and densely wooded, and there's many neighboring properties that have attached and detached garages. The existing site actually has a conforming garage that's 20 feet by 11 feet 3 inches. The non-conforming parking inside the garage is due to the presence of a washer, dryer, and sink that was put in prior to the current homeowners. Finding number 2 is that the issuance of this variance wouldn't be a special privilege. Staff thinks it would be a special privilege because there's, again, similar situations all throughout Carmel for topography, vegetation, and people make it work in different ways. And in addition, there is an existing garage at this house that, by removing the interior fixtures, could be a conforming parking space. The variance would not be detrimental to adjacent properties or injurious to public health. I don't believe it'd be detrimental to the adjacent properties, but there's the potential for public health concerns just with the way that the parking is set up parallel to the street and at such a sharp angle. Pulling in and out of the parking spot could be potentially dangerous to any pedestrians. These conditions are not so general or reoccurrent that some policy should be addressed. It is a general situation, but there's already policies in place regarding topography and trees. So I don't believe there's any new policy that needs to be created to address this kind of situation. E, it would be for variance sought is not the direct result of the existing or prior owner of the property. The variance is being sought because the homeowners want to convert the existing garage into a living bedroom. And the reason the garage currently isn't conforming parking is because the prior owners installed a washer, a dryer, a sink. I don't know if it was the direct prior or how long ago it was, but the reason the parking is not conforming is because of some previous owner. And the reason that the variance is being requested is because the current owners want to convert their garage into a bedroom and put a parking pad in front. And then it will not be in conflict with the general plan or general zoning objectives. So the parking pad doesn't meet the parking requirements because in staff's opinion, there isn't practical ingress and egress. I know the applicant has suggested that the turn radius of a modern SUV can make that sharp turn to get into the spot. It seems a little tight, and as you saw at the property, there is a tree right there next to where the turn is that kind of leans towards where the parking pad is, and it just, similar to the safety of the pedestrians, it would be unfortunate if the tree was hit going in and out of that parking spot. It seems like it's a tight fit. The applicant provided two different examples of variances regarding parking pads. I don't believe that these are comparable situations. The first one, DS21082 Toru, was for the applicant in that situation was requesting to legalize an existing side yard setback parking pad that was a compact parking spot so that they could do an addition to the rear of their property because their parking was non-conforming, but that was the existing spot and was the only parking on the property. The other example variance that they provided was DS20-046 Dal Bello, I don't know. And this was requesting a front setback parking pad. This site didn't actually have any parking when it was constructed in 1948, and there was trees and a home in the way. So there are similarities in some regards, but this home in this example actually didn't have any parking. So the only way to add it would have been to either put a garage in the front setback, remove the trees, or demo the house to create, just to level the playing field and kind of rearrange the whole site as a whole. And at the time, it was ruled that this variance was acceptable alternative to that. So with that, staff is recommending that the application is denied for the variance, subject to there's a resolution that you have for the denial. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions for staff and the commissioners? No questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite the applicant to come forward and make their presentation at this time.
Good evening, Chair LePage, members of the commission. I'm Adam Jesselnick. I'm the architect for this project. I do have a brief presentation, kind of an update of what was presented the last time we were together to look at this project. Thanks, Jake. So a quick update or just sort of an overview of the process. Been working on this project for about the past year. The general design objectives for the project that were laid out with the owners were to convert the existing garage to livable house space, to expand the existing house from a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom house. They also hope to sort of modify the existing bathroom to make it more usable, create a small powder room, and relocate the laundry that's in the current garage, and then to unify the interior finishes and match the exterior materials. The site constraints, which you had a chance to see today, included the 2 large significant redwood trees in the front yard. There's not a lot of redwood trees around Carmel's neighborhood, so they are sort of unique. And that the usable parking in the existing garage is very tight, especially for modern cars. So there was no preliminary site assessment required here as a Track 1 project, but we were informed by staff that a variance would be required. And so that brings us to tonight. So an overview of the site, again, just to sort of indicate a few things. We have basically those 2 large redwood trees in the front yard, and we have the existing driveway, which is the proposed location of the parking pad, and then the existing gate, which is being proposed to be removed to help facilitate easier ingress and egress for parking. And a large view of the existing garage, again, just showing those dimensions at 10.3, 19.1 interior dimensions. Again, especially with the existing laundry, it just doesn't fit a car as is. Even removing those appliances makes for a very tight fit to be able to pull in and open side doors, etc. As a view of the existing garage, as you saw today, there is that oak tree to the left behind the existing gate that would be removed. It does have a slight lean from vertical, but in my view, there's no obstruction of the vertical overhead clearance for pulling a car into that space. And this view basically shows the parking pad, again, located on the existing driveway, utilizing the existing pavers, and that 10-foot by 20-foot space, which is what's outlined in the city municipal code. So again, just a kind of an overview of the design guidelines that the project is consistent with. We are removing close to 500 square feet of non-conforming site coverage from the project. We're avoiding all impacts to the significant trees. There's 7 significant trees on the site. and the project is consistent with all the design guidelines and the zoning requirements with the exception of the parking pad. So why a variance? Why are we here? This diagram basically shows the outline of the existing house, the front, side, and backyard setbacks, and the tree protection zones around those two existing redwood trees. There really is no other place to go with additional site coverage or floor area for this house, given those site conditions. The rear deck, which is into the rear yard setback, is a valuable exterior private living space. An addition off the rear of the house at the same level is not possible because it conflicts with the zoning regulations for building height. An addition to the side yard is also not possible to create enough space for another room. And the trees locate the only non-built corner of that building envelope. So the alternatives that I studied as the architect for this project were to put a driveway to the south side of the lot. Staff pointed out potential conflict with the tree protection zones for that proposal, as well as just the additional impacts of removing the existing driveway and building a new driveway, which we hope to avoid. We also studied alternatives, including a carport, which visually, I believe, and the owners believe, would be less desirable than the current proposal and less consistent with the general plan. And so we arrived at this solution, which is a variance quite similar, actually, to one of the other variances that was in the staff report and other projects that I've worked on in my time as an architect here. So in terms of the variance findings, I won't go through all these in detail. We do believe the project meets all the findings. The uniqueness of the site is not just a general statement about topography and trees. It has to do with the actual site footprint, the actual trees, and the actual slope front to back, which makes any other addition to the house on the single level not feasible. Those are just a couple of the views of the other variances that have been approved for similar conditions for uncovered parking spaces. And in terms of finding C, that was a new statement by staff in this report. I do believe that all driveways and garages in the city of Carmel have a very similar condition of backing out into the right-of-way. So I don't believe that we're changing that current condition from what exists now. And I talked a little bit last time about the way this house was built. That existing garage was at one time detached. There's some evidence that at one time it was just a carport, and then it was unified with the existing house well before the current owners. So basically, I'll just close with this image again. I think it provides the best illustration of how this parking pad will work. Again, the owners are very comfortable with being able to pull onto this parking space, which is basically just located on the existing driveway. I thought it'd be helpful to highlight two other things, which is that the standard for a parking space in California is 9 feet by 18 feet. So 10 by 20 does provide that buffer to be able to pull in and out of this space. I also thought it was interesting that in the ADU ordinance that's currently being proposed, there is a specification for replacement parking if an owner is interested in providing it for an ADU. And the standard for that proposed is 8'6" by 16 feet, which is closer to a compact space. So again, I think that the 10 by 20, although it is tight, and I don't have any problem agreeing with that, I do feel like it is feasible, and actually in practice, the space is already being used for this purpose, to pull a car in and off this street. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the project. Thank you.
Adam, I know you gave an explanation, but why can't they add on the rear of the house?
So the site slopes from front to back. At the current deck, if you were to build at the same level as the existing house, you'd be above the 15-foot height limit into the rear yard setback.
So you'd have to step it down.
That's right.
So you'd just have to step it down to just keep your plate heights, right?
Like you'd have to basically lower it more than a half a story.
Yeah, can I ask you? So currently there are 2 step downs, right? There's a step down that is from the kitchen, and then there's a step down to the living room?
That's right. The house is on 3 different levels. There's 1 step, I think, between each level.
Okay, so I guess you've already got a situation where it's really, you've already dropped it here and there. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Adam? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We do have the property owner online raising their hand.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead if you'd like to speak now.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So this is Michael Lewis, the property owners. Wanted to give you a little background on who we are, just not McClellan Lewis Trust or any of that, but we're a couple in our 60s who we previously owned a house over in the Carmel Views area for over 10 years that we used on weekends and with our kids when they were younger, and greatly enjoyed it, but decided we wanted to move into town later, and we hope in the not too distant future to relocate down there in retirement. So we wanted to do this remodel. We saw this house a year ago and bought it and talked with Adam beforehand buying it. And he said, oh yeah, we could do a project to convert this garage into a bedroom, because we thought that really made the house workable and attractive to us, to have a 3rd bedroom. And in actuality, the 2 existing bedrooms are really quite small in the house, which are typical in cottages. So giving a bedroom that could comfortably fit a king-size bed and a dresser, and that was desirable. So that's why we went forward with buying the house with the plans to do this conversion of the garage. And we really wanted to maintain the integrity of the house of the way it looks now, and not do a 2nd story or do any other grand add-ons, but really we like the look of that. We love the look of the house the way it is in the cottage it looks like, and just want to maintain that as much as possible. And by doing the simplest remodel that we can imagine, so that we can get in and start using the house ourselves sooner rather than later. So that's, I think, really what I wanted to say, and why we were taking this approach of converting the garage into a primary bedroom. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, members of the public who would like to make any comments regarding this application? I don't see anybody here in the chamber. Don't see any hands up online. So I guess, did you have any other comments you want to make, Adam? Weren't any questions asked? I think you were pretty clear about your reasons for it. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, open it up to the commission. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I'll be short. I did not support this last time, and I am still not supporting it. I don't think that there's sufficient space, and I support staff's recommendation on this.
Commissioner Albarn?
I did support this last time. I supported the variance because other variances had been granted in similar situations. However, in those previous variances, in DS 21082 and DS 20046, the finding, we're looking at the code, the 1764-210, and there's a finding in there, E or 5, depending on how you look at it, that says that the situation or condition for which the variance is sought was not the result of actions of the existing or any prior owner of the property. And in this case, the variance is being sought because of an action based on whether is the current property owner or former. And so, with regrets, actually, I am changing my support, and I now support staff's recommendation to deny the variance. Thank you.
Commissioner Karapatkov, your comments, please.
I'm on the same page. I think that we have no grounds to grant a variance in this case. I appreciate that the homeowner is trying to not remodel the house, not go 2nd story, not build additional mass to solve the problem. But I think in this situation we have no other choice but to reject the request.
Okay. You know, I did a little research on this, and there's a lot of information on designing driveways correctly, and particularly driveways that make a 90-degree turn. I know the city we don't have a specific driveway standards. Some cities do. I mean, we have, you have to, I think we the maximum width is 12 feet at the curb. Are there any other specifics that you can think of?
I believe it can go up to 14 for some flaring at the street to accommodate for an apron, but I don't think there's, I may be incorrect, but I don't, not to my knowledge.
Well, the standards for driveways that take a 90-degree turn, it's the inside radius should be 18 feet and the outside radius should be 30. And if you overlay that onto the schematic, it doesn't come anywhere near that. So I think design-wise, it fails there. And I agree with staff that the findings just can't be made. So I'm in agreement that the variance should be denied. So we have a resolution presented by staff, I believe, for the denial. And I would recommend that we make a motion to accept the resolution as per staff.
Yes, so moved.
Okay, it's been made and moved. Any more discussion? No. Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Alborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapekoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 9 on the public hearings. This is a use permit, UP 24288. The applicant is the Big Squeezy. It's consideration of a use permit for the establishment of a new specialty restaurant serving juice and smoothies, and it's located on Lincoln, 3 southwest of Ocean Avenue. We have staff report, please.
So the proposed use permit is for the Big Squeezy by the Sea, which would be a specialty restaurant specifically focusing on juices and smoothies. It is actually right behind City Hall on Lincoln. If you go through the interblock walkways, it's in the Unit 1. The prior occupant was the Kevin Milligan Gallery. It was a art gallery. And the currently proposed specialty restaurant would have 14 interior seats, 700 roughly square feet interior space, focus on juice and smoothies with some other odds and ends, some smoothie bowls, granola bites, coffees, things of that nature. Here's the layout and a quick rendering of the potential interior design. The layout would be seating area and the path towards the register, then register, and behind would be food prep and storage. And they would operate from 9 to 5. There is potentially water needed from the other use permit. So currently there's no water permit. So we need to talk with the Water Management District about how much water is available and is needed to be potentially, we would need to amend the use permit for Katie's Cottage, UP 87176, in order to get some seats over here to the Big Squeezy to accommodate, but we need to see a water permit for that. And so we don't have it in the resolution now, but it could be added as part of your motion to add a use permit amendment special condition that requires that prior to operation of the Big Squeezy, that the property owner would come back and get an amendment to the Katie's Cottage use permit.
With regards to the water?
Yes, with regards to the water. One of the concerns that we discussed at the prior Planning Commission meeting was formula food restaurants. And it's about having a contractual obligation to have standardized menus and uniforms and decor, and then adopts a name that's similar or the same as other businesses. The applicant provided some information on this. The owner is Ash. They started the Big Squeezy in Baton Rouge, and there's 2 locations there, but they were sold to and are now owned separately, and it's not a franchise, so there's no obligation for standardized menus or any monetary compensation past the selling of the business. There is a location at the Carmel Crossroads, but the owner has discussed probably shutting down that location when the Carmel location is created, because there would be no need to have two in such close proximity. The new proposed location would be the Big Squeezy by the Sea, giving it a name that is distinct and different from the other locations that exist, even if they're not affiliated, just to create some differentiation. And this is similar to the previously approved Perfectly Pressed Carmel, which has a perfectly pressed smoothie shop in Monterey and I believe elsewhere, that did a similar application several months back where they adjusted their name and menu to make it unique to Carmel, and something that we've seen in town similar to Olivier by the Sea as opposed to Olivier Napa Valley, among others. The Alvarado Brewery is Alvarado Brewery and Bistro in the plaza. It's been done in the past. So the applicant's response to the formula food: no contractual obligation to standardize menus, no employee uniforms. The interior decor is going to be different than the other more modern look of other and previous locations. And there's going to be differentiation in the color and signage specifically. The name is the Big Squeezy by the Sea. And the menu has, well, I've talked about this with the owner, and we mentioned this in the past meeting. The juice recipes themselves are, for the most part, pretty similar between competitors in the industry of the types of juices that are created, but they have names that reflect Carmel with some adjustments in names on the menus and an adjusted menu from other prior locations. So there is some building concerns, something we touched on last time. It's not the scope of this permit, but just something to be made aware. I've been trying to work with the applicant just because we've had issues in the past of applicants learning about ADA upgrades that are needed that don't get addressed till building. And this is relevant to us also because if there are any exterior changes that are needed, there'll be a lot more planning review that is necessary. So just something to spotlight in order to make sure it's not something that's sprung upon them at a later date. With that, though, I am recommending that the commission approve the use permit, potentially with the added condition about getting the amendment to the use permit if there's not enough available water for Unit 1 for the operation of the specialty restaurant. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions for staff? Go ahead.
So on the ADA accessible issue with the restroom, because in your resolution you refer to the ability to use a restroom and that it's accessible. In this case, it's not. So is this going to be, you're saying it's not going to be resolved as a condition of this use permit, is that?
Potentially. I've talked to Building Sum about this, and there is some ability to do some ADA upgrades to the front of house potentially to accommodate it, and there's also options for slightly varied schemes for the interior to allow for food prep and storage to be maybe tucked away more on a wall, so there's access directly to the rear bathroom, so they don't have to go around the property as is shown in the plans here. But it's up in the air for the most part. I need to talk to building more once they get to the building permit stage to see what are actually viable paths forward as with regards to this use permit specifically. I went back and forth on it, but I believe we could approve this use permit and they can address the ADA concerns at building. And if they're unable to do so without exterior changes, we would have to come back.
Okay, because for me, that's really a very important piece of this. And while I know we haven't gotten into the public hearing yet, but that is a requirement of a food service business. And there is no restroom nearby. Not only is there no restroom nearby, there's no public restroom that's really close. And we have a problem already with our existing public restrooms being, they're super busy all the time. We really need more of these. Anyway, I would like to see that is carried forward as a condition.
Yeah, noted. We could add a condition that the interior pathing to the bathroom that wouldn't require the staircase.
Yeah, I know there's some challenges. I'm just,
But I think there is we could do prior to issuance of building permit, ADA, the accessible access to the bathroom has to be created somehow. I think that's, doable.
Okay, any more questions for staff?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Jake, I see what we have up on the screen shows an overview of the proposed restaurant, and there's an arrow that's indicating that it's an exterior access to the restroom. Is that true? And there are also stairs involved.
Yes.
Is that true? I see. Could you flip back to the slide that showed the seating arrangement?
Yes.
Because I had just a simple question about that. Looking at the arrangement of the seats and what I would consider the circulation within the restaurant, the walkways, the way that it's drawn, it simply appears very, very crowded to me. Do we have standards about how many chairs, tables, how much space between chairs and tables? Is that at all a part of our code, or is that a very subjective finding that is left up to the property owner?
Not to my knowledge, but I can look into that more and let you know.
I do think that would be worthwhile, especially if the commission would like to add a recommendation or a requirement that interior access to a bathroom would be allowed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Doesn't the fire marshal determine the allowed seating?
For layout or dimensions?
Just for the number of seats. I thought the fire marshal.
For occupancy?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They should require have that. And I believe I talked to Jermel about this, and the 14 seats would be.
I mean, they've got 210 square feet here divided by 15, and then 14 seats. What's that?
I believe that would be for the front of house area. I don't know why it's divided by 15.
What's that? Was that formula from? It doesn't have anything to do with the fire marshal or anything.
No, not to do with water or fire, to my understanding.
Okay, I just wondered what that was. Okay, any more questions for staff? All right, thank you. Is the applicant here? They'd like to make a presentation? Come forward.
Hi, my name is Ash, and thanks for your time. It's really, it's a nice concept to have, and I'm glad we're taking a look at possibly putting in a big squeezy here in downtown Carmel. I'm open for any questions or suggestions. The seating chart, I'm not a big fan of seats. I'm willing to take out as many stools or seats to open up the space. I like circulation. I like people to be able to move around. I've been farming for 30 years. I think this is one of the best concepts out there for healthy people, and to increase your awareness on health. Juicing is a big thing, around the area. I think it's going to be good for the area here in Carmel. We offer good, healthy, smoothies and other, conceptual eating, ideas. But I'm open for questions, because I feel like maybe there might be some questions that you might have for me, maybe about what we do. We're an organic company. We farm our product. This is product that comes from the ground. It's not something that's processed or frozen. Everything's fresh. So I'm kind of wanted to just answer any questions about what we do and who we are.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for the applicant? I guess not. We're good. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the commission regarding this application? Anybody online? Any hands up? Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open up the commission. Commissioner Locke, you've got some comments regarding this. I know you do.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I think this is actually a business that Carmel will benefit from. I think the menu sounds really interesting, and city staff, since you're right around, it's your secret back door, that you'll probably be visiting there a lot. But I want to address, it looks like the Carmel Muni Code section 14.14.040.1.4 specialty food store standards does say something about minimum size is 400 square feet and the minimum number of customer seats on site. So I think there is something that says there's 14 seats there.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so that answers that one question. The city code under the eating and drinking establishment states that at least one restroom shall be available for use by both sexes within or conveniently adjacent to the specific business premises and on the same property on which the use is located. This restroom shall comply with all provisions of the state uniform building and plumbing codes as to required size, location, and accessibility standards. So I support this project, and particularly because of the revisions that were made since it was heard in December. At that time, I was concerned about formula food. I was concerned about the ADA access for a bathroom. And I was concerned that the proposal had lots of very bright colors that were kind of carried over from this previous other states' stores. This has been toned down. The proposal is to use natural colors. The bottling has, the logo is now a very natural looking, pleasing look to it. And so I don't have any issues with any of that, but I would want to condition any permit on an accessible restroom. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Karapetkoff?
Yes, I did not participate in the previous discussion in December, but I did talk to a couple of store owners in the area, and they were all very excited about having a specialty restaurant in the area because they're expecting increased traffic. Right now, there's nothing comparable to that in that part of town. So I think it's going to be a great addition to our town in general. If we can solve the issues around water credits and restroom access. That is, sorry?
No, I forgot about that, but yeah.
Yeah. So if we can solve these issues, then I am for issuing this use permit. Thank you.
And Commissioner Alburn?
I agree with Commissioner Locke and Commissioner Karapetkoff.
Okay, so we have a motion from staff. Sounds like we need a couple of additional conditions. One would be that the water permit issue needs to be, the water release permit needs to be required prior to issuance of the use permit.
Yeah, I think language that prior to the issuance of the building permit that the applicant either provide evidence from the water management district that they have enough water for the allotment, or that they amend the use permit for Katie's Cottage to transfer seats over to the Big Squeezy to allow.
That's the language.
Perfect.
And then the other is that they have a bathroom that meets the ordinance requirements.
Yes, I think prior to issuance of building permit, the applicant works with staff to rearrange the floor plan to accommodate ADA access to the bathroom.
Okay, so we're good with that motion? All right.
Good.
Second?
So move. Second.
All right. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, I see we have a gathering here where people are coming in for the next public hearing item, but I'm going to have a call for recess for 10 minutes before we get into that. We've been here for 2.5 hours, and we just need a little break before we get into what's going to probably be a long discussion. So what time it is? It's right now, it's
18.
Yeah, so we'll start again at 6:30. This is good to get up. You don't need to stretch. Everybody back? Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Albert?
Here.
Commissioner Karapekov?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
And Chair LePage.
Here. Okay, this brings us back to the public hearings. This is item number 10. It's a design review, a lot merger, and a use permit. So it's DR 23140, LM 20394, and UP 21113. This is the Esperanza Carmel Commercial JB Pastor Building. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just before I start, I just wanted to note that the applicant has provided a 3D model. I have that now. I can pass it around while I'm doing my presentation, or we can wait and have the applicant introduce the model, whatever you prefer.
Commissioners, you prefer? I saw it at the site. I think we all saw it at the site. Did you have a chance?
No, I would.
Why don't you pass it down to Commissioner Karapekov? He can take a look at it while you're doing your presentation.
And then maybe at the end we can put it out somewhere for the public
Sure.
to take a look.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
So the project site is located at Dolores Street, 2 southeast of 7th Avenue in the Service Commercial Zoning District. The site is located at the site of the Northern California Savings Loan Complex, and a determination of consistency with the Secretary of Standards has been issued by the City Council. All site improvements, with the exception of the community room and associated features around the community room, including the historic walls, are proposed for demolition to accommodate the construction of a new mixed-use development. The Northern California Savings and Loan Complex is located on lots 2, 4, 6, and 8 of Block 91, with the project site being located on lots 6, 8, and 10. Lot 10 is not located on the complex site. However, lots 6 and 8 are part of that complex. The applicant is proposing to construct a 12,971 square foot mixed-use development, including a 852 square foot utility, as well as a 852 square foot utility basement. The project includes 8 apartments, 5,100 square feet of new commercial space split between 7 commercial units, 12 on-site parking spaces, new public way improvements, new landscaping in the right-of-way, as well as throughout the project site. Including the existing community room, the final project is proposed to be 13,663 square feet. The photos on the slide depict the revised renderings of the project. The revised rendering is on the left, and the previously proposed project is on the right. Previously proposed being the project that was considered by the Planning Commission last July. This is the view from Dolores Street. I'll just pause here momentarily. And I'll just move on. And another view from Dolores Street looking south with the revised on the left and the previously proposed on the right. Pay close attention to the roof and building form between the community room and the pine tree right in the middle of the photos. So that's the area. So you can see the change between the previous hearing and what is currently being proposed now. And I'll just move on. And then a view from 7th Avenue with the area of more significant change highlighted with those red boxes. So the Historic Resources Board considered the project at their July 2023 meeting and adopted a resolution issuing a determination of consistency. Following the meeting, the City Council enacted the City Council right of review and reviewed the decision made by the HRB. The City Council made a final decision on the project on October 3rd, 2023, acting in the capacity of the Historic Resources Board, and adopted a new determination of consistency for the project, with new findings of consistency and conditions of approval for the project. Council gave direction that prior to review by the Planning Commission, the design review plan shall be revised to preserve the existing spatial relationship of the complex, and in summary, shall not encroach within the preservation buffer as illustrated by the red dashed line shown on the screen. Since the last Planning Commission hearing, the applicant has maintained substantial compliance with the preservation buffer, except that 3 balconies now encroach into the buffer area. These are 18-inch balcony projections, which are located under 18-inch awnings or eaves, which are permitted to encroach. In staff's opinion, these balconies do not detract from or minimize the existing spatial relationships of the complex site. However, these elements do count as building coverage, whereas the eaves and awnings do not, which was the criteria for exemptions from the preservation buffer. The Commission should consider the associated impacts and either accept the design as proposed, include a condition of approval to revise the plan so the balconies do not encroach, or continue the hearing with direction. And those are just the subject balconies and where they are in elevation. The council also gave direction that to ensure that Northern California Savings and Loan Complex is not subordinated by the proposed development, the design review plan shall also be revised prior to review by the Planning Commission to preserve the context of the site so that the complex remains a prominent feature as viewed from 7th Avenue and Dolores Street. This is what I specifically pointed out at the tour of inspection today and asked you to take into consideration as we were walking around the site. Between Planning Commission hearings, the applicant has further modified the project plans to minimize the impacts of the project against the complex site. The primary change to the plans is that the second story closest to Dolores Street has been shifted away from the front property line, being eastward, as well as away from the community room to the south. In addition to the massing being shifted away from the complex, the height of the project has also been reduced throughout, as illustrated on the slide. As shown on the screen, the red outline depicts the outline of the project previously presented to the Planning Commission, with the new proposed elevation shown in detail. Portions of the new project now sit below or at approximately the same height as the peak of the community room, with the taller portions of the project being located on the southern side of the project site. The site is allowed a base coverage of 9,600 square feet, or 80% of the site area. The applicant is not proposing to take advantage of any building coverage bonus and is proposing 9,433 square feet of coverage, or approximately 78.6% of the site area, less than 167 square feet less than what is allowed. The site is allowed a base floor area ratio of 135%, which equals 16,200 square feet. The applicant has not provided any design features which would qualify the site for floor area bonuses. The new construction on the site, that being buildings 1 and 2, are proposed to result in a total floor area of 12,971 square feet, or 108% of the site area. And then when you consider the existing community room, the total project floor area is 13,663 square feet, or 113.8%, 2,537 square feet less than what is allowed before any floor area bonuses are even considered. It's important to note that the municipal code states that no single structure shall contain more than 10,000 square feet of floor area. Additionally, interaccessibility between adjacent structures is restricted if the combined area exceeds 10,000 square feet without first exiting to an open space area. The applicant has designed the project with 3 distinct buildings to comply with this requirement. Building 1 is proposed at 9,544 square feet, Building 2 at 3,427 square feet, and Building 3, the existing community room, is 692 square feet. Interaccessibility is defined in the municipal code as the ability to move between structures without first exiting to an open space, and then we have open space types also defined within the municipal code. The design incorporates various open space open spaces to serve the residential and commercial components of the project, as illustrated here. Example of usable open space, as well as here, an example of common open space. In summary, the project consists of 3 separate buildings or structures. Building 1 encloses approximately 9,500 square feet of floor area. Building 2 encloses approximately 3,400 square feet of floor area. Building 3 encloses approximately 690 square feet of floor area. The connecting egress balcony between building 1 and 2 is an entirely separate structure, not defined as a building, that functions as an area of open space. Interaccessibility between building 1 and 2 requires an individual to exit a building which encloses floor area onto an open space area that is not floor area before entering into another building that is floor area. The maximum allowable building height shall be determined primarily by the design context established by the prevailing heights of nearby structures facing the same street or intersection and within the same pedestrian field of view. Within the zoning district, the main building and roof forms of all structures shall be limited to a maximum of 30 feet. At the most restrictive point, this building, or the project, will measure at 28 feet 6 inches, though the majority of the project will be less than this as the site slopes throughout. The applicant did survey 23 of the surrounding buildings on Dolores Street, St. Carlos Street, 7th Avenue, and 8th Avenue. Using this survey, staff found that the subject property sits below the mean for the total height and just above the mean for overall ridge height. So what I mean by that is that when you're looking at the total height, that is the measured from basically grade to the top of the roof, and then for the ridge height, what elevation point is each ridge. So the building was just above the average ridge height, and then it was just below the height measured from grade to the top. For both metrics evaluated, the height was within 1 standard deviation of the mean for all buildings surveyed, as well as those within 100 feet of the project site. Based on the parking factors for the service commercial district and proposed land uses, the site has required 17.6 on-site parking spaces. The applicant has proposed 12 on-site parking spaces, which are proposed to be located in a covered parking area at the rear of the property. The applicant has indicated they will pursue the remaining 5.6 spaces through the city's in-lieu parking program. At the previous Planning Commission hearing, the commission gave direction that they were not supportive of parking lifts or the in-lieu parking program. However, the applicant has continued to pursue the parking lifts and participation in the in-lieu parking program despite the previous direction of the Planning Commission. Though the Planning Commission previously was not supportive of the in-lieu program, participation in the program is supported through the zoning code as well as the general plan, and is a satisfactory means of meeting the on-site parking requirements. Approval of a use permit for on-site parking may be granted when the site is not used for hotel uses, which this is not, and when the applicant has diligently pursued meeting the parking requirements. In staff's opinion, the applicant has adequately demonstrated that they have diligently pursued meeting parking requirements, as on-site parking was previously proposed for the project, and the in-lieu program was not pursued until the preservation buffer was established. Furthermore, the applicant has provided a letter from a structural engineer attesting that a basement near the community room could result in the building being susceptible to damage and could compromise the historic structure. As such, staff recommends approval of the 5.6 in-lieu parking spaces. Alternatives for the commission to consider. If the commission is not supportive of the parking lifts, the commission could require that there only be 7 parking spaces provided on site and that the applicant provide 10.6 in-lieu parking spaces. This would provide less on-site parking physically. However, it may be more aesthetically pleasing with the less potential of issues for its users. If the commission does not find that on-site parking has been diligently pursued and is not supportive of the in lieu program, specific direction should be provided to the applicant regarding compliance with the parking requirement. A general desire for all parking to be provided on site should not be the basis for a continuance or denial based on the general plan goals, objectives, and policies. Excuse me. As the in lieu program is supported through the city's planning documents and the zoning code. There are 4 use permits to be considered with the project. The general findings for all 4 use permits were made in the staff report, and the project meets the applicable findings. Staff can speak to the specific requirements of each use permit if requested by the commission. As described by the applicant, the design intent is to respect and preserve the historic village character and integrate with residential attribution of the community and pedestrian-friendly environment. This will be achieved with a harmonized architecture in the immediate surroundings of the Spanish colonial, Italianate, and Mediterranean structures. Additionally, staff notes that each building is proposed to be comprised of different materials and finishes which subtly differentiate one from another. For example, the window and door colors are differentiated. So for example, this is the window and door color for building 2, window and door color for building 1. The building color is slightly differentiated, color for building 2, color for building 1. And the roofing material is differentiated between the buildings as well. This helps to distinguish these 2 buildings as 2 separate individual buildings. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission find the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15332 infill development. The findings for this exemption were prepared as part of the staff report. If requested by the commission, staff can walk the commission through the findings and answer specific questions. Staff received several correspondence regarding the project, both in general support and raising concerns or opposition to the project. A summary of the issues raised are listed on the slide. If requested by the commission, staff is prepared to have a discussion on the issues or concerns raised. However, staff did not prepare a line-by-line response as part of the presentation. And with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described on the screen, ultimately approving the lot merger, design review, and coastal development permit and associated use permits, as well as the categorical exemption. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff from the commissioners?
I have a question.
Question?
Evan, what is the, so on the in lieu parking program, what has that program been used for to date? And I assume there must be some hefty balance somewhere. So.
I don't know about hefty. There is a balance.
Okay.
It's been used since, I believe, I can get you an exact date, but at least going back to maybe the 50s. I'll get you an exact number. I think the balance is somewhere maybe around 700,000.
So is the program intended to perhaps purchase properties that could be used as parking lots? Or, I mean, what is the intended purpose of that fund?
It's intended to be used to develop basically a citywide parking facility. You take the parking that would be provided on this site, for example, and you locate it somewhere else on a city parking lot or structure.
And when are we going to do that?
So that's a great question. There are, I mean, it's not a plan right now, but there is a fund that goes to supporting that program.
Okay, thank you.
And this would fund that plan.
And that money is designated, right? It's specified for a certain type of use.
It can only be used for certain things. So I believe, and this is my understanding, I could be wrong, when we were exploring There was some, and I apologize, I can't think of what it is right now. There was some program that we were exploring, and the question came up, can we use the in lieu parking fund for this program? And the answer ended up being no, it can only be used for constructing a parking lot or doing something specific that is designated for the in lieu fund.
So a follow-up at some point would be, clearly, given that we just lost a bunch of parking spaces and we have this, we need to probably move forward with something at some point. But, okay. My other question to you has to do with a comment that was received regarding the Planning Commission's ability to request review and economic analysis, impact analysis of the commercial district, and to determine what our future needs are for additional commercial space, especially in the service commercial areas that are supposed to transition. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Do you know anything about that?
About the economic impacts?
Yeah, well, about our ability to actually request a study be done that identifies whether or not we have too many commercial spaces in areas that are not on Ocean Avenue or directly off Ocean Avenue and are in these transition zone areas, given the number of vacancies that we currently have in town, and whether or not the continued construction is actually not needed at this point, or shouldn't be encouraged, or we should just kind of put a pause on commercial construction in those areas.
Yeah, so I don't know that I could speak to the economic study directly, but just in response to the letter, I was able to identify some of those properties that were identified. A number of those do have active building permits associated with them, and they're going through tenant improvements. So they might be currently vacant, but they have permits associated with them with a tenant, either with an issued business license or a use permit associated with it. I can't say that for everyone because I wasn't able to identify everyone, but for a good number of them, they aren't necessarily vacant. They're just going under a remodel or renovation. There are a handful of other ones. For example, the bank building across the street, that's actually in a different zone district. That's in the RC zone district, and that hasn't been due to lack of interest. I've spoken to a number of individuals who are interested in that space, but the zoning is actually very prohibitive, where someone will come in and say, I want to lease the space. Can I do this? And the answer, unfortunately, basically every time is no. It's too restrictive because this is a transitional zone from a land use perspective, and the RC zone district is even more restrictive. So it's not that we don't have interest, and I think this would be reflective in the amount of business license that we're processing. It's maybe perhaps the land use or just the current development trend.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for staff? You have a question?
I have a question about the garage on the first level. So I see the driveway going in, and there's this box called Van Accessible HC, and there are two squares, highlighted squares on the right side. I assume this is load-bearing kind of poles, maybe? So if that's true, then is there sufficient space for the vehicle to go in, not hit these two poles, go into the garage area, go left, and then go into the space 1C, for example? Is that going to work out?
Sorry, which one is 1C?
1C is the first one to the left. So if you come from here, from the driveway, you have to go all the way past the Van Accessible HC and then start turning left, right? and that looks like a very sharp corner. I'm not sure exactly how the math is going to work. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. But you go left and then go into 1C. Is that going to be possible with a vehicle?
So you're asking about this one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there is an additional 1 foot of clearance between the post and the parking space, which is typical of when you have an obstruction. I mean, that's common of parking lot design. You can see that on this side as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have the parking lot width, and then you have the additional one.
So these dark black squares, like the two that are on the side of the
right here
of unaccessible HC,
mm-hmm.
these are poles actually, right? Columns holding the second floor.
Yeah, perhaps I'll let the architect respond to that.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a little bit concerned about the angle, obviously, since we have the discussion about the parking pad and the angle in the previous project. So if there's enough space for the vehicle to go in, not hit that corner pole next to your dot, go to the left, and then go right into the 1C. That's looks like
we can let the architect
yeah, it's pretty
speak
difficult.
to the standards that he used to design that parking garage there. Okay, any other questions for staff at this point? Okay, at this point, then I will invite the architect to come forward and make his presentation. How much time do you think you're going to need, June? Because it's a pretty big project. I mean, you might need more than 5 minutes.
I was going to ask for the exit.
Well, okay, I'll allow you up to 10 minutes because it's a big project.
Okay.
Okay, for your initial.
Yeah. Good evening,
June,
Chair LePage, planning commissioners, city staff. Just want to thank Evan for working with us on the project and getting us to a hearing today. June Ciliano, architect for the project. With me is a team from Esperanza Carmel. We're here to answer any questions you may have. I did mention about the extra time. Can we dim the lights? My first presentation is fly-through or walk-through video as required of us from the last hearing. So I want to show that first. Thank you.
No music?
I should sing.
Sing.
The next video is a car lift video. We're trying to show ease of operation for residential tenants for this car lift video. Thank you, Evan. So if you can go to the presentation slide. Next slide will be our response to the last July 10 hearing. We listened intently and took all the comments to heart. So on July 10, we were told to provide some inspiration. So what we did is collected from historical images to current images of Spanish revival and Mediterranean architecture. The intent is to incorporate these elements not only to respect but enhance the historical character of the site and its immediate surroundings. So on your top left is an inspiration of parapet walls. Down here are eave lines, corbels, very classic type of architecture of that genre. And then balconies with wrought iron railing and the underside having ceramic tile. These are massing examples of this style of architecture, stone cladding, and different stair. So next slide, please. Oh, I can do that. Thank you. So as we applied it to the project, we created characters of details and architectural character. As an example, we have wood beams and corbels, roof overhangs, cut stone surround. I don't know if you can see that cut stone surround, and decorative stone balcony at the cantilever. Here we have use of random exterior stone trim surround with deep set fenestration. So the windows, the fenestration is set back into the wall. And then the use of Juliet balcony with wrought iron railing and corbels, use of decorative porcelain tile, and then here the stone arch opening and stone ceiling. Here we're using wood corbels, beams and headers, and I don't know if you noticed that slight slant on the stone wall, very classic, appropriate architecture. Central site plan design consideration of the project is the preservation of the historic community room and the ornamental wall. Our approach ensures that this space, a vital part of the site's history, remains structurally intact and undisturbed. So the current driveway next to the ornamental wall, this is the current driveway, so we're keeping that, and we have removed all the overhang we had here in the past. So this is open from ground to the sky. So it maintains an open space in this area, respecting the community building and the ornamented wall. I just want to touch quickly on this. The redesign of this proposed project allows for 3 separate buildings, 1, 2, 3. There'll be 2 new buildings without any roof connection. We'll have balcony providing egress on the second floor apartments. I believe the Planning Commission has approved previously with similar interpretation of separate buildings using this balcony as floor egress. And I think this is also consistent with the interpretation of past approvals and also with the city zoning code. Definition of accessibility cited on CMC 17.7. I won't read it, it's just there. And definitions of open space, same municipal code. The proposed roof decks, which are designed in the 2-bedroom apartments. These are the 2-bedroom apartments. These accommodations were relocated, two of them along Dolores and at the southeast corner. This strategic placement minimizes impacts on the stone house terrace. If you can see, this is in front of the stone house terrace, at the back of stone house terrace. It's lower profile, lower roof. Our higher profile are where we have the roof decks. This is the stone house terrace. The one-bedroom units, as I said earlier, and their respective finished floor levels have been lowered. The finished level of the adjacent stone house building. So we're lower than the stone house building. We propose an 8-foot setback from the property line or building line of the stone house terrace and our proposed project. To create that buffer, we also added landscape screening. On October 15th of last year, Patrice Pastor, Ryan Eichelman, and myself met with Christy Reimers, Stonehouse Terrace, and 2 other community members. We presented this proposal as a solution with the 8-foot setback and lowering the finished floor and the finished building height. We did prepare the shade study, which was in your packet. The only difference here is in Evan's staff report, the question of, sunset at 4 p.m. we are shaded. What happens before that at 3 p.m.? So in January 15, the right side is the existing. This is the proposed areas. There's not much impact. The major impact occurs at 4 p.m. Same is true in April, and here's the 3 p.m. version, and with the building and without the building. Again, impact occurs after 4 p.m. Obviously, further in the day, it gets more shaded. Same thing with September. Again, I'm focusing on the 3 p.m. because that's what's on the report before 4 p.m. So proposed building, existing. Shading doesn't impact much, but come 4 p.m., there'll be shading. Same is true for December, and so on. In lieu parking, the proposed project will have on-site parking with total of 12 spaces. The additional 6 spaces requirement will be through in lieu parking program, which they have approved on other projects. In this task, we solicited help from experts. So we have a structural engineer, we have the geotechnical engineer, and we asked help from EMC planning. The structural engineer excerpt from his letter: based on my observation, the existing structure is susceptible to damage by disturbance. The disturbance includes, but is not limited, in the vibration created during excavation. Another consideration is the soil shearing capacity. Shearing capacity is a maximum load that a structure can withstand without experiencing failure due to shear forces. Shear forces are the lateral movement. This is a graph, a diagram of what the engineer used. Basically, as it applies to our historic building and ornamental wall, if you put a subterranean parking, we need at least 14'6" of excavation to the underside of the foundation. To do that without disturbance, we need a minimum of 12'6" from the building. And what was applied here is what they call the Moore circle. It's a very known graph for structural engineers. We also have a geotechnical engineer, an excerpt from his report. The shallow horizon is field comprised mostly of fine sands, gravels, clay, silt, and other debris. This deposit was observed in the northern parcels, depth of up to 3.5 feet. That's where the proposed parking area is. So there's a loose gravel 3.5 feet for the proposed parking area. Here's a diagram of the community building, the ornamented wall, and how it relates to our proposed partial basement. For the car lift, it's I think 46, 10 feet away. And then for the service utility, it's 26, and then from the ornamental wall is 18.6. The threshold that was placed in the diagram was 12'6", so we're way outside that disturbance area. In conclusion, minimal shoring will be required for the car lift and the partial basement. We will use what they call slope excavation technique, meaning you just don't put shoring, you slope the site to minimize shoring and site disturbance. Before I go to my next paragraph, I also want to point out that the Stone Terrace building has an underground parking. So our proposal of excavating 5.5 feet will not impact their foundation because their foundation is way lower. The imposition of the preservation buffer and excavation of underground parking would subject the structure to damage as noted in the structural engineer's report. This restriction limits the ability to construct all of the required parking on site. And I'm hoping this provides justification for our in-lieu permit request. Again, under CMC 17.38.030, Planning Commission may authorize the satisfaction of parking requirements through the granting of a use permit and the payment of in-lieu fees when on-site parking is not practical or when on-site parking is prohibited by city policies. In order to apply for that, we need to demonstrate both. One, the parking for which the adjustment is sought is not required for serving hotel or motel. The applicant has diligently pursued meeting the parking requirements both on-site and off-site, but has unsuccessful in meeting that requirement. Obviously, because of the buffer zone, it renders an underground parking feasible. Interestingly, we did further research, and that research of Esperanza Carmel, we found that the Reimer Stonehouse building was granted an in-lieu parking variance for 3 spaces. I just want to point that out because they were giving a variance, I think, for Esperanza Carmel to grant it the same. Also, the site project is about 12,000 square feet. About 2,449 of that is not developable because of the buffer zone created. So that's about 20% of potential developable space. I just want to point that out. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, questions for the architect? Not this time?
Just for my understanding, so on the plan we have 1C, 2C, 3C, 4C, 5C. We have 5 parking spaces. Is the proposal to have this stackable?
The lift?
So it's the equivalent of 10 cars, right?
Yes.
And how many additional parking spaces will not be provided and we need to do the lieu?
I think we're saying 5.
Another 5?
Yeah, we have handicap and van accessible. So,
Okay.
And then we have standard parking on site. The car lift is mainly for meeting the requirements for the residents, the tenants of the apartment. So it will not be operated by anyone going to the retail space. So
will these parking spaces be accessible, open, or will there be some kind of a protection of this area, some kind of a fence?
Well, there's a key. So at any given time, there will be a ground floor or a level ground going in and out. So
Yes.
only the tenants and obviously the owners will have the key to that.
But people from outside, like from the public, can actually walk in and go to the
I
parking
suppose
lot?
they can. I suppose they can.
It's not gated, in other words.
It's not gated.
The parking's not gated as proposed.
What?
The parking access is not gated as you're proposing it.
Yes.
Correct.
So, June, I have a question for you. Was there consideration for excavating the south end of the property to create parking underground?
We did explore that way back. We have actually a project doing that. The issue is we will not meet the on-site parking even if we do that because of the limitation we will get from the disturbance area. So our direction was to preserve the historic building. So if you draw a line 12'6" around the historic building, it renders it.
I'm confused though, because if it looks to me like if you were building, so the area that currently has the restrooms, the mechanical room and whatnot, if that were not there, wouldn't there be the capability to put a parking garage down under that part of the property?
Yes, there is, but we will still have to put that facility down there
Because it's
Well, and that gets to another question I have, which has to do with the proposed bathrooms that are downstairs. That seems really excessive to me. Why would there be 5? I mean, you're looking at like 9 different toilets down there. And I would assume this is for the commercial spaces. So theoretically, you wouldn't have to have that many actual fixtures, would you? So you wouldn't need a or you wouldn't need to have bathrooms that were that big.
That's a very good question.
Okay, so that's one question. And then my second question goes on with that, which is why not just put a bathroom in each of the tenant spaces?
We did explore that too, but to answer your question.
Well, and I guess what I'm getting into is the diligence of the potential for parking underground on the south side of the property, where it will not disturb the historic resource, but you would have more land to actually put in more parking. And that's how I would think that would work, but I don't know what you've
To
talked
answer
about.
your first question, that's a code requirement, the number of toilets. We didn't just arbitrarily came up with 5. That's a code requirement.
Okay, but
based on
again,
square footage.
could they go in the tenant spaces?
The what?
They could go in the individual tenant spaces.
But it will render these spaces really small, because think of each interior tenant space has to be fully handicapped. So that's not just providing a toilet and a sink. We're talking of a big space for each tenant space. Some of these tenant spaces are small, that it makes that space unusable because of the requirement of code to make it handicap accessible.
Okay, so, and I don't know, but maybe moving the restroom upstairs, taking one of those spaces and creating the bathroom up there?
It will have, if we do that, we take up a big area. If you look at the drawings, it's a big area to accommodate handicap accessible bathrooms, toilets, and sinks.
Okay, I'm just raising the question because to me it seems like the parking could be undergrounded and it could go to the south, and then you still have options where that existing parking areas that you've currently included on your plan, and use that perhaps for your mechanical. I'm looking at other options.
Very good question. We explored that. It's just it ended up not being feasible because you have a 12,000 square foot lot. You're giving up a 1.5 width for the buffer zone. So if you look at the side plans, approximately 1.5 the width. So now you're stuck with 1.5 of the 12,000 square feet with parking.
Okay, so you're saying that you have looked at whether or not you could excavate and put parking on the south rather than putting it at the surface level on the north end of the property where you really are restricted on what you can do?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for the architect? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll give you time at the end to answer questions they come up too. Yeah. No, I said I will give you some additional time after the public comments if you need to answer some issues that are brought up during the public comment, just for clarification. Okay, at this time I invite members of the public to come up and make their comments.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Steve Hilliard, and I hope that you have. My mind is pretty screwed up from age and so on, so please bear with me. Good evening, Commissioners. I hope that you had the opportunity to review the critique of this development that I sent yesterday. That document focuses on building mass, parking, CEQA, and implicitly historic resources. Today, I'd like to focus on parking, but first I would like to apologize for the analysis that I did on the massive of the structures. I assumed something that was incorrect, and that I assumed that that building one was two essentially buildings that were butted together, and that, if you did get to look at my analysis, you'll see that that was my focus. However, I will recommend that you take, if you looking at this on a holistic basis, that you might use the the interpretation program that I brought to your attention, the process to evaluate the other aspects of this, of the massive. Parking is a resource shared between the commercial and residential districts. The commercial district in the commercial district, that resource is already stretched to its limit. As a result, employees and visitors park their vehicles in nearby residential areas, creating a burden on residents. Any increase in the demand on the commercial district parking resources will only aggravate this problem. Unfortunately, this developer proposes to substitute in lieu fees for actual parking places. Developers in the commercial district are expected to provide adequate parking, or when that's not allowed, to use the in lieu fee parking. Or not allowed and not practical is use the in fee, but not all zones are treated equally. Developers in core areas cannot provide on-site parking and must use the in lieu alternative. Developers in the service commercial zone don't face this constraint. Therefore, it's critical that you scrutinize whether the developer has truly met the requirements of for in lieu payments. According to the zoning code, you may approve in lieu parking only when on-site parking is either prohibited or truly impractical. The applicant must also demonstrate due diligence efforts to provide adequate parking on site. In this case, Esperanza originally included sufficient underground parking, clearly showing it was practical. Now they reverse course, citing constraints posed by the need to protect historic resources. Yet their own engineer letter indicates that potential issues from land subsidence can be mitigated using standard construction methods. Vibration issues can be mitigated by following the recommendations in the paper submitted by International Design Group entitled Best Construction Practices for Foundation Excavation Adjacent to Historic Buildings. Simply put, also I think you should take notice that while you're talking about subsistence and
Steve, how much time do you think you're going to need? Steve, can you give me an idea how much time you think you're going to need? Because you're going to go over your 3 minutes.
I can't hear you, sir.
I said, how much time do you think you're going to need to your comments? Because you're going to go way over your 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. Am my time's up?
Yeah, but I'll give you more time if you need it.
Okay.
I'm just asking you how much time you think you need. Another 3 minutes?
Okay.
That do it?
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, they could also just pick up the two historic resources, dig their hole, and put a foundation under and put them back. There's nothing that says they can't do that. Simply put, the developer hasn't shown that on-site parking is impractical, nor have they demonstrated real diligence in meeting their obligation to provide actual parking spaces on-site. Therefore, the project does not qualify for the in lieu accommodation. Additionally, there is no basis in the zoning code to count parking lifts as valid parking spaces. To allow lifts, you would have to interpret the code to find that the term parking space includes parking lifts. In addition, in any case, if Esperanza can provide required parking underground, there is no justification for relying on lifts. Finally, the project would eliminate existing off-street parking currently used by the adjacent restaurant. This would force customers to use on-street spaces or the valet service, which could result in long double lines of double-parked cars. Alternatively, the city would need to remove on-street parking spaces to create a passenger loading zone. You may wish to consider these impacts when you determine the number of spaces the developer must provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, the next speaker, please.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. Thank you for your work. I'm Lee Marcus. Our family's owned and operated the Hog's Breath since about 1998. My father and Mr. Eastwood have been good friends since the 70s, and we're in the process of renovating it now. I'd like to acknowledge our obligations to the community to carry on this legacy. It's an important component. And it might be one of the first celebrity restaurants ever developed, but what made the Hog run was its sense of community in place. And we're working diligently to bring that component back on a profound level. So sorry for the shameless plug, but we're excited about the project. We're committed to doing it right, and we think it's important to the community, and we want to make sure it fulfills its obligation. I've worked with the team at Esperanza now for maybe 4 years. I won't talk about the small details of the project. I tend to focus on the big pictures and let the details take care of themselves over time. But what I want to talk about is the opportunities. And in the 4 years or so I've worked with these people, they have been profoundly positive, tremendous experience to work with. You don't get many opportunities in life or in business to work with people that are of high character, that care about getting it right, care about the long-term versus the short-term returns, and have the knowledge, the expertise, the experience, the wherewithal, the resources, including financial, to do things at a very high level. And I've learned the hard way that when those opportunities present themselves, you embrace them, and you cooperate and you collaborate to make sure that the work you do together is of the highest standards. And that's the opportunity I've had. I can't tell you how to think, and I won't propose to do that, but I'll tell you what I've experienced working with this team. And it's been remarkable. The level of care, concern, I've grown fond of them. I trust them completely. They've been remarkable in every respect. And whatever the Hog has needed, the answer has been yes, sometimes without the question. So my encouragement for our community, because we're all one community, is take advantage of this opportunity we have, because it's making us all stronger, all better. Not just the economic impact, but the cultural contribution, the long-term contribution. This project, to me, it's beautiful. It fits the corner, it fits the neighborhood. It sings of authentic, pure Carmel to me. I've been around a little while here, not full-time. I love it here, and I really like what they're doing. And the experience of working with these people has been profoundly remarkable and positive in every respect. And I'd urge us all to take advantage of that opportunity that we have together, because it's a team sport. And these guys are part of the team. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ian Martin. I'm a resident and former planning commissioner. As I pointed out before, the proposed building is one single structure that is nearly 3,000 square feet too large to be legally built in our municipal code. Simply put, as proposed, is too big for our little village, especially in the service commercial zone. I disagree with the staff report, which bends the definition of structure to try and get around this fact. The reality is straightforward, however. The municipal code defines a structure as a stable assembly of parts. A stable assembly of parts. And so, as proposed, you have two masses connected together by a second floor walkway. That, as plain as day, is a stable assembly of parts. It is therefore a single structure under the law, which caps the size of structures at 10,000 square feet of floor area. This is, of course, to keep buildings modest in our little village. Our laws should always be interpreted through the lens of the general plan, so let's look there for further clarification. The general plan says, in Carmel, the scale tends to be small and related to human size. The city itself is compact, its lots are small, and its streets are narrow. The character established by existing small homes and cottages reinforces this intimate size relationship. All of these contribute to a human scale and pedestrian-friendly built environment. So the staff report does not mention that part of the general plan. And here's something else that's missing. An official city policy stated in the general plan's land use and community character element that is specific to buildings that are zoned service commercial. Policy 1-70 says, retain a less intensively developed buffer area surrounding the core that provides a transition to the residential neighborhoods. ensure that design standards for this buffer area reflect more open space, landscaping, setbacks, and on-site parking typically needed for the uses in this area. But this building is proposed lacks the open space, landscaping, setbacks, and on-site parking that the general plan expects for the service commercial zone. So in order for this building to accommodate those factors, it's going to need to get smaller. And it'll have to get smaller anyway, because again, the proposed structure is too large to be legally built in Carmel-by-the-Sea and needs to lose 3,000 square feet of floor area. That is a fact of law and is not discretionary. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please.
My name is Julia Christopher. I'm a small business owner and a resident in Carmel, actually third generation. But I live in one of the apartments in downtown Carmel. I'd just like to say that there is an extreme shortage of long-term housing in downtown Carmel. A lot of my friends are losing their family homes because of the revisions to Prop 13. They have nowhere to go. They have to leave town. I understand everyone's concerns, but I think a big issue that is getting missed here is the fact that people need a place to live. I mean, these are about our residents, our small business owners, people who have grown up here, who are getting pushed out and need long-term housing. So I'd really like to focus on like the humanitarian efforts here as well to provide long-term housing for people who want to live and work in Carmel. And I've lived here for forever, and they're beautiful. What they're proposing are beautiful. And I just got back from Monaco. I've seen what they've built in Monaco, and it's extraordinary. We are so lucky to have a developer as qualified as this, to have any interest in our town and to do what they're willing to do here. I mean, it's really beautiful work. I know you haven't seen necessarily what they've built in person, but I have. And I can attest to the fact that it's not just livable housing, but they're works of art. And I have an art gallery here, so I really appreciate the design element as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I have timed this for 3 minutes, hopefully, Michael.
Sure.
This is Carol Hall, and I'm sorry I have to read this. Mr. Pastor has been through the mill with this project, like what he has had to endure with the pit on 5th and Dolores. On that project, he is still waiting for a permit from the city. I'll leave out the trials and tribulations on the pit. I will tell you some of the details of the present project. After he bought the property, while first attempting to get a building permit, the bank building on the corner was designated historic as it turned 50 years old. That did not include the annex or the cement wall around the annex, which had been purchased by Mr. Pastor as part of the property. Then, after he submitted his plans, it was decided that the annex was also historic. Mr. Pastor offered to move the annex a few yards so he could continue with the plans. No, that was not acceptable. So he had the plans redrawn at thousands of dollars in expense, mind you. Then it was decided that the cement wall around the annex was also historic. He offered to have the wall saved and moved a few feet. The Historic Resources Board unanimously okayed demolition or moving of the cement wall. But no, the council then decided it was not to happen. Once again, the plans were redrawn to accommodate the cement wall. Here we have 8 new apartments ready to go, all for long-term rent. They have designed something that fits with the historic downtown district. Once finished, it will look like it has always belonged in Carmel. I am so pleased that we have an investor who appreciates our wonderful historic town's charm. This design is below the 30-foot guideline, as Evan pointed out, and the massing is less than all the surrounding buildings, and indeed the majority of downtown Carmel. It will provide wonderful new walkways and public space for everyone to enjoy, as you saw in the video. I can understand why the neighbor to the rear would have concerns about the development affecting her view. But in fact, Esperanza Carmel has been more than kind in redesigning the project around the neighbor, met more than once with her, presented these latest accommodated plans to her, asking for her feedback again, and never heard back. Views are only a courtesy, not a right. We'd all be living like moles in flat-top houses with no trees if views were a primary requirement. Clearly, Mr. Pastor cares about the town and has demonstrated the ability to revitalize 2 historic hotels and maintain other significant buildings beautifully. He gets Carmel and is passionate about keeping the old world charm of our village intact. We are lucky to have him. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken White, and as the previous speaker identified themselves, I'm a former planning commissioner also, and sat in Michael's chair. And by the way, you're doing a great job. Not today, but all along. I want to paint a picture for you. We don't pay attention to history very well in this town, but I'll paint the picture for you, and it has to do with residents in the commercial district. For decades, up to about the 80s, the second stories in the commercial district were supposed to be apartments. And they kept to that very strongly until it started breaking down when people starting to put their offices up there and storage and so on. But there are some nice apartments up there. But almost all of them were apartments. That made a community city. It made a really good feeling downtown. We even had a no live music ordinance for decades. And the restaurants loved it, and we had to fight with that. We finally gave it to them, and now you can hardly hear it all anymore. It wasn't that important at the time. It was. So what I'm trying to say is to you is that I'm a really strong proponent of people living in a commercial district, RCSC and CC. I think they make the city livable, and they also act as watchdogs for the buildings around them. And I think that's kind of important. We don't have any more down in the area on Dolores, 8th Avenue, and San Carlos. 2 of our older commercial residential buildings are there. They're old. They could be used some upgrading also, but they're commercial on the main floor and resident on the second floor, and they remain that way today. People living in a commercial district make it a livable city. Look at your thing behind you. I hope once in a while you do that. Carmel is a residential community. It's a residential city. It doesn't say that the business people are they're separate. They can do what they want. It doesn't say that. It says the whole city is a residential city. And you've got residents being proposed to be added to the commercial district. I think it's the best damn thing we've done in a long time.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker, please.
Andy Carr, resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I became involved with Carmel about 1.5 years ago because I was unhappy with the process of how things were working with the city council and Carmel business. And I come here tonight with the same issue. I don't understand this process. It's making me dizzy. How can a person, whether it's Mr. Pastor or whoever, be approved twice, and yet then you come to this meeting and there's all these issues that people are saying are not right? It doesn't make sense to me when we pay good money for staff to give us guidance and to help direct us on what we're supposed to do. So I'm very confused, and I don't blame any of you. I'm trying to figure out in my own mind what is going awry here that this process becomes so difficult. It should be, the guidelines should be very clear. The process should be simple. People either follow the guidelines and get turned down, or they don't follow. They either follow the guidelines and get approved, or they don't follow the guidelines and get turned down. If the staff has approved the project, Why, and they are our paid staff. Please explain to me what is going on here where people are complaining about what the paid staff is doing. Is that what's happening, that the people are not happy with what the paid staff is recommending? I'd like that clarified for myself because I don't understand. I feel that there needs to be no subjected, everything needs to be consistent. There's been a lot of subjected opinions, there's been a lot of inconsistencies, and that is very concerning to me. And what also needs to be discussed is about neighbors. So I've done building, commercial, I've done building, private homes. I always go to my neighbors and I say, this is what I'm doing. Please look at the plan. Please tell me what your concerns are. In the end, it's nice to be a sensitive neighbor and try to do what is best for not only yourself, but with the consideration of your neighbors. But in the end, it's your property, and you should be able to do with it within the rules and guidelines of what you want to do. I also feel that because I've done a lot of projects here, a lot of times there are neighbors who feel that they have a lot of power to complain about what they don't want done. The only way you're going to get what you want is if you buy the property yourself and control what is built on there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please. Anybody else in the chamber want to address the, here we go.
I'm the neighbor, Christy Ramers. I'll just start while you're figuring that one out. Good evening, Chair LePage and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Christy Ramers. My Carmel roots go back to the 1920s when my grandparents arrived here from Norway. My father, Gunnar Ramers, along with his brother Niels Ramers, expanded the little cottage they grew up in into what is now the Stonehouse Terrace, the place that I've called home for 18 years and the place where I have my business, Eco Carmel, for 15 years. I have tremendous pride in our little property, and I want to thank all of you for taking the time today to visit. Last July, the Planning Commission identified major impacts my home would have from the proposed new building. While the applicant has made some adjustments, they still don't address the major concerns that I raised. My west-facing views of my apartment, which are my main sources of natural light that I have, will be significantly blocked by a wall. I saw the shade study showing how much light my balcony will get at different times with the new building, but it doesn't show how this affects the inside of my home or anything after 4 p.m. The sun obviously doesn't set at 4 p.m., and with this proposed wall, most of the natural light in my home will be blocked. I'll have to keep the lights on most of the day. Here's the image of my apartment to show how much light currently comes in from the windows. As you can see from the netting, which is from here, the new building would block sunlight from midday to evening, turning my living space into the dark cave that I described last summer. And there are two new problems that the revised design creates regarding both my privacy and my security. As the applicant's own diagram shows here, people will be able to see right into my living room and bedroom windows. I don't want strangers staring right into my home. Also looking at their plans, the proposed balconies are only 4 feet from my balcony. I wanted to show what 4 feet is. Can I borrow you? So we're right there. So I can shake hands with my neighbor in the morning. I'm also very concerned at how easy it would be for someone to climb up into my apartment from the proposed balcony with just something like a small ladder. And actually, after seeing the scaffolding this afternoon, I don't think a ladder would be needed at all. I urge you to please have the applicant redesign this so that my privacy and security are not so dramatically impacted, and that my west-facing light will be not walled off as discussed in last summer's meeting. I also want to address a few of the comments from the public here. I did meet with Pastor and with Ryan Eshelman in October. We talked about a lot of things. We briefly looked at the plans. Pastor was gonna come back, Patrice was gonna come back in 2 months. His plans changed and we didn't meet a second time. So I didn't avoid him or not continue the conversation with him. I also wanted to address the in lieu parking that my family applied for in the 1970s. We were actually at that time zoned core commercial, and in the 80s we got downgraded to service commercial. So under the code we were allowed to get the in lieu parking because we were in the core commercial and couldn't supply it all. And then a third comment about housing. I'm very pro-housing. I'm a founding member of AHA, the Affordable Housing Alternatives Group. I'm just deeply concerned also about more commercial. I know you mentioned that there's permits that are happening, but in walking through our little town, there are so many vacancies. So that's another concern of mine, to have more commercial. But I'm all for housing. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to address okay, I see Cindy coming up.
Good afternoon, which is now evening. Chairman LePage, members of the Planning Commission and city staff, my name is Cindy Lloyd. You have heard excellent information why this application for construction of a mixed-use building at 7th and Dolores should be denied. The information cites city regulatory rules pertaining to the proposal. While I understand and support the previously presented information, I have a slightly different perspective. What Mr. Pastor's proposal is missing is the difficult to define identity of Carmel's character. It lacks harmony with the historic Bertie Shaw Bank building and community room, including Brad Bowman's artistic decorative concrete wall. It is too tall. It overshadows the bank and community room as well as neighboring buildings. Additionally, the proposal of a roof garden, including trees, increases the height of the buildings and intensity of their use. It is too close to the surrounding buildings, as has been pointed out by previous speakers. The Carmel character would be cognizant of and endeavor to preserve the neighbors' spaces, views, and privacy. As the project will be named the J.B. Pastor Building, honoring Mr. Pastor's father, who, as has been shared by Mr. Pastor, loved Carmel, I wonder what about Carmel he loved? Is it reflected in the proposed building? A roof garden cannot encapsulate the beauty of Carmel Beach or the pine scent of surrounding woodlands. Would a small park be more appropriate? Loving Carmel means caring for her, respecting her and her quiet dignity. Preserving Carmel's character means caring for neighbors as friends. This iteration of the J.B. Pastor Building is not caring or respectful. It lacks character. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any more speakers in the chambers? Neil's going to come up.
Neil Cruz. On the car issue, and please research this yourself, I have, we are headed for a world in which self-driving cars are going to be a big part of our life. They currently have self-driving Waymo cars operating as taxis in downtown San Francisco. If they can do it there, they can do it anywhere. I believe the projections are by the year 2030 or 2032, most cars on the road will be self-driving cars. They do not need a parking space, if you understand. You get in the car, you drive somewhere, then it brings you back, and you get out of the car, and the car just keeps going and picking up people. It does not need to be parked. If you look into some of the future projections of the state of California, I believe you'll find also evidence of this. Some of the large multi-story buildings that have been built to create housing for the California Housing Act, people have regularly commented, where's all the parking? You don't have enough parking. And the answer has been given, parking will not be needed in the future to the same degree that it is now. That is also the reason why we've had some of our parking spaces limited on corners. This is the planning of the state of California. So I would suggest any parking issue is going to be moot in about 5 years. As to the 10,000 square foot size of a building and the limit on that, and the statement that it is an assembly of parts, and that is what makes it a 10,000 square foot, or makes it a unified structure. I believe that, yeah, that is law, and I believe that that law is really up to interpretation. Assembly of parts, if they share a gutter, does that make them both one building? If they have a single 3-foot walkway for emergency reasons, does that make them one single building? I would like to suggest that that is up for interpretation, and that we do essentially have 2 separate buildings here. How many buildings do you know that would be that close to each other at that size and not have some form of connection? The other thing is, I do live upstairs in the commercial district, and it's a wonderful life. I like the people that are around me. The shops and the stores benefit from me being there all night. If there's any activity, I call the police and we check it out. I like living downtown as long as it stays quiet. It's getting a little bit noisier these days, I've noticed. And then we now have a reference, somebody saying that this building is not consistent with Carmel character. Would you please go to the building immediately next door to it, which is a modern design commercial bank? And if you get a chance, stand on the sidewalk and look at the side of that building and that wall of glass. Is that Carmel character? So if we're talking Carmel character, then let's get rid of the bank, okay? So this is definitely, in my opinion, Carmel character, and it has many of the aspects, and you've tried to bring them in that are already existing in Carmel. I think that they've done a really good job of trying to bring this together. And he's been through the mill. If we can just at least say we're going to go with this, you know, conditions and so on, I'm sure that there can be some fine-tuning from this point. I'd love to see him get a nod of approval in agreement with the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Neil. Okay, anyone else in the chamber? Okay, I'm going to take the online. Start off the top of the list. Karen Filito, you have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. I would just like to say that one of my biggest concerns is the egress into the parking area. I think that it presents quite a danger perhaps to the people walking past there, and that is quite a busy corner. I also think that one thing you're not thinking about, there's a lot of residences across the street, and with all of that retail, the deliveries to all of those different stores are going to create a lot of commotion all day long with FedEx and UPS and so on. Additionally, if there is a restaurant in the community building as well as the restaurant at 7th and Dolores, most restaurants require a minimum in the evening of 3 seatings. That's a lot of coming and going as well. And I'm going to repeat, concerned about that driveway coming out between those buildings. Also, as you know, downtown we have problems with the delivery trucks parking for quite a long time, and if there are trucks parked mid-block, that might make it even more dangerous. The other thing I'd like to say is it just seems like they're trying to squeeze way too much onto that property, and they are certainly not subordinating to the historical property. They are looming over it, and I think that while they have made some improvements from the first two, it's very concerning that when you view this from the front, standing across the street from the community building, you will be seeing rooftops and windows and balconies looming over it. So I think it could be reduced a little bit. I think the part of that, having the stacked parking in the back down that narrow little driveway, we got to remember cars are 22% larger these days than they were. And while, yes, I was in San Francisco recently, and all those little cars have to park somewhere at night when they recharge. So I'm not sure where all those little self-driving cars would go. But please consider the pedestrian safe way of that driveway. I think it's a serious issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Karen. Ms. Rozier, you're next.
Hi. I totally support Pastor's present project. The design definitely fits within the feel of our historic Carmel Village and its character. These are two separate buildings below the 30-foot guidelines. I don't understand what the big issue is. I question why this project is taking so long to be approved. We are so blessed to have Pastor willing to enhance our town. And as far as deliveries go, my goodness, you know, there are deliveries all throughout our town. We deal with it. It's not a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rich Pepe, you're up next.
Michael, did you call on me?
I did. You're up.
Okay,
You're good.
great.
And we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rich Pepe. After calling Carmel home for the past 50 years, I'm often asked, wow, I bet you've seen a lot of changes. Truthfully, not many. Carmel has largely retained its original footprint with dozens of historic homes and commercial buildings, many in distinct architectural styles. Nothing over 2 stories. Altogether, they help preserve the unique character of our village. That said, some of the buildings are clearly past their prime and in need of thoughtful redevelopment. In this case, Mr. Pastor is proposing to invest in our village and build upon its traditions. I applaud him for that effort and appreciate his commitment to helping revitalize our community. However, I must raise a serious concern. Carmel has a worsening parking problem, and Mr. Pastor's proposed new building will only exacerbate the issue. As a board member of Visit Carmel, we proudly promote our town as a walkable village. But is that really truly the case anymore? Every day, cars circle our streets searching for an open space, while many residents avoid coming downtown altogether because of lack of parking. Last year, with the AB 413 daylighting law, we lost approximately 30 regular parking spaces to loading zones, red zones, and other restrictions. In my opinion, the underground parking in Mr. Pastor's project is woefully insufficient. Not only does this building have not enough parking spaces underground for its own demands, but the car stacking system is very difficult to use, let's be honest, and possibly dangerous under these cramped conditions underground. If this building is approved as is, it will add pressure to an already strained parking situation. Furthermore, if this and future developments are allowed to rely on in-lieu parking fees instead of creating actual spaces, we'll face an even more serious parking crisis in the years ahead. When this project was first reviewed, former Commissioner Bob Dells notably said, "This building needs to park itself," expressing concern that Mr. Pastor's project had not adequately considered the broader impact on our small village. I support the rebuilding of outdated structures, but I'm deeply concerned about the parking management and the increase of unnecessary traffic this may cause. Mr. Pastor, honestly, is one of the premier builders on the planet. I mean, we can do nothing but applaud him for his accomplishments, him and his family. But I respectfully urge you to ask Mr. Pastor to expand the underground parking capacity of this project to better serve the needs of our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. All I see is Linda. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
Hello. I just wanted to mention that I understand some of the concerns that people have, and I think that you have a partner, a very well-intentioned and talented and competent partner, and you can work things out with Patrice. I feel quite certain that Mr. Pastor will be open to some adjustments to his project, which otherwise I think is very attractive and in tune with some of the architecture nearby. I'm impressed with that, and so I just urge you to work further with him, and I'm sure that you will find a good partner there.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. O'Shea, you're next. You need to unmute yourself, sir. There you go.
I apologize for that.
No problem.
Good evening. My name is Tim O'Shea. I live in Monterey County and go to Carmel-by-the-Sea often with my wife and daughter. Carmel-by-the-Sea is such a beautiful and wonderful city that has so much history in its architecture, and it's nice to wander about its streets and to be in that atmosphere. It seems to me that the city is making great efforts to ensure that any buildings that are being proposed should uphold that same authentic environment. The J.B. Pastor building looks like a great addition to the Carmel-by-the-Sea neighborhood and looks like a building that should already be there. I feel that the property owner, architect, and planning commission are putting in their hardest efforts to ensure that this new building fits the bill for the residents and patrons for the Carmel-by-the-Sea community. I hope the planning commission decides to approve tonight's project for both the added economic and architectural beauty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that looks like all the public speakers. So June, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come back up and make your final comments, focusing on answering some of the things that some of the speakers brought up.
Yeah, lots of good points. So I just want to respond to some that I think are critical. First question about the building size, whether it's 2 buildings, 3 buildings. I think that's been presented by Evan. There's precedence that this is indeed 3 buildings, 2 new, separated by egress walkway. There's also a question about the size. So I just want to point out that too big, the building's too big. The project, its full potential is allowed 130% of the lot size. Our proposal is, including the community building, is 113%. So we're way below what's allowable. That's why we didn't ask for any bonus square footage, because we were designing below, as far as the density is concerned, we're below what's allowed. Lot coverage, we're allowed 95%. Our proposal is 78, again, well below with what the allowable threshold is. I just want to point that out. Then there's a comment about how tall this building is. So down, okay. The back building is 30 feet, 52 inches, 30.52 feet. That's the bank building. Our proposed building is 26.93 feet, or 27 feet. Again, we're 3.5 feet lower than the bank building, because there's mention that it's too big. We took all the effort and planning to make sure our building is lower than the neighbor. In fact, the neighbor to the south is taller by a foot than our tallest building. So that's the reality of what we're proposing. The other point that I think to help Christy assist her with her comment, I appreciate her comment about, can I borrow your drawing? So she raised a good point. Although we put the building about 8 feet away from her for her property line. If we put the balcony that's 4 feet deep, it'll be too close. So an option is, do we do what I call a Juliet balcony as proposed in other parts of the building that's about 18 inches deep? That gives her almost 6.5 feet of space between her and the neighbor. So a Juliet balcony. I think having a planting area helps that corridor. Some greenery in there would help both parties, so I would suggest we keep that, but that's what I think we can do per se. Instead of a 4-foot balcony, either we, have an 18-inch deep balcony, or we totally abandon the balcony and just have a planter. I think we're open for a discussion on that. Regarding driveway, pedestrian walkway, driveway width, well, I want to point out again, this driveway is already there. We're using the same driveway. In fact, it's a 12-foot driveway instead of a 10-foot driveway. 12 feet because, according to the state standards, that's the minimum width you need to bring emergency vehicles. So we are ahead of that thing. We're preparing for, if someone needs emergency, wants to access that, they can access that space. So 12 feet is our minimum, not 10 feet. You can get a driveway at 10 feet and it'll still be acceptable, but 12 feet, which is, again, same driveway, we're just using and enhancing it. Instead of looking at the black asphalt, we're proposing nicer concrete paver driveway. So impact to pedestrian, I don't think there's any impact to pedestrian, because that's always been a driveway, a thoroughfare, from up to, from now and moving forward. Again, underground parking, there's precedence to that. Not in lieu parking, there's precedence. The city have approved. The neighbor to the east has been given that privilege. It's an in lieu parking. So however you want to skin it, it's an in lieu parking. At that time, I think they're calling it a waiver. I don't know what the right term now is, but it's an in lieu parking, and they were granted. Thank you.
You have a question for
Yeah,
June?
I have a question for you, June. Where is it? Oh, actually, you answered my question. Thank you.
No.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, the applicant and the public have had their opportunity to make their comments, so I'm going to bring it back to the commission now. So I'm going to let Commissioner Locke have first up, because...
I think somebody else.
You don't want to go? Oh. All right, Commissioner Albarn, she's ready to jump in. Today's commissioner is gun-ho.
Sure, I'll give it a go. Thank you,
See, I don't call you the junior commissioner. You are our latest commissioner.
I'm the latest?
Yeah, we don't.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone who spoke today. I'd like to open also to thank everyone that sent in correspondence to the commission. That was Ms. Raymer and Ms. Behrman, Mr. Martin. We received your letter, Mr. Marcus and Mr. and Mrs. Carlson, Mr. and Mrs. Watkin, Ms. Uselli, Mr. Hilliard, who also spoke today. Thank you. And also Ms., and pardon me if I mispronounce your name, Ms. Besseman. Thank you, everyone, for your correspondence. I do have a few notes, not many. Evan, on Municipal Code 1714-130, the balcony encroachment with the 18 inches, I simply want to say that my position on that is to accept that as you proposed. I know that for the floor area ratio, we are under, as well as the height, we are under. For the in-lieu parking program, the 17.36.030C, I'd be willing to accept that as proposed, including the stacking. I've used the stacking before. I find it easier than my new induction cooktop. I know that's an embarrassing announcement, but it's the truth. I would also be willing to accept 7 on-site parking spaces, and doing the balance in lieu as well. We have that program. There's a reason for it, and this project seems like a perfect opportunity to use that. Mr. Marcus's comment about this project being authentic Carmel and that Carmel is a team sport really spoke to me. As well as Ms. Christopher's comment about Monaco and being able to see firsthand the quality and the exceptional environment that Mr. Pastor creates in his projects. And then everyone else that spoke, I won't make any more comments, but I appreciate everything that's been said. And that ends my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Karapatkov.
Yeah, I'm just finishing up my notes here. There's so much stuff. Let's see. First of all, good news. Monaco is actually smaller than Carmel. It's 0.8 square miles. We're an entire square mile. Another good news, they have 40,000 people. We have only 3,000. So our population density is like 10 plus times, bigger in Monaco. So they appreciate the square foot at least 10 times more than we do. They know how to use space vertically and do underground garages as well. So that is on the good side. In general, the project is a definitive improvement. I like the way the building was moved away from the historic complex. When you walk down Dolores, it is, I don't think that really overwhelms the historic part, the bank. And I think it's hidden in the back. The distance is okay right now. It used to be very close. It was almost like coming too close to that historic wall. I was concerned that people driving by will basically at some point hit this wall and destroy it. But from that perspective, I think there's a definitive improvement. What I also like is that even with the redesign, we still have 8 units upstairs. And I look at the design, they're very efficiently designed. They even have a washer and dryer. I didn't realize that the first time I was watching it. They're like tiny little box that's labeled washer and dryer in every unit. And all of the plumbing is on the one wall, very efficiently kind of stacked in one wall. The whole kitchen and the whole bathroom, everything is on one wall. So perfectly designed. Now, what we have, I have 3 issues that I need to highlight. One is parking, obviously, big problem. I understand the way the architect approach parking. However, we only have 5 spaces, plus 1 for the, for that special vehicle there. And I'm still very concerned about the whole logistics of using this parking space. I have to admit, I have a lot of experience using the hydraulic car stacking. I've used that when I lived in Europe. And it is possible to use it. I mean, the first couple of times is weird, but then you kind of learn how to use it. The only problem is I have only seen it installed in enclosed spaces where you don't have kids and dogs and cats and stuff like that running around, because it's very dangerous when this thing goes down. It's a lot of pressure. And if any small kid or animal goes in, it's a death sentence, really. So I don't know if it's even allowable by code to do something like that in an open environment, the way it was described earlier to me. It's a very efficient way to kind of create additional parking. I agree with that. What Stephanie was talking about actually is interesting. Why not have the underground garage entrance on the south side of the building? The architect talked about the distance of 12 feet from the old building, right? There's a lot of space going south. We have more than 12 feet. We have 60 feet, 70 feet. Well, I don't know how much space we have. None of the drawings has a kind of a number, but we probably have 60 feet to the next property. So anywhere on the building 106 and building 101, there may be an entrance going underground and using this entire area on the all 4 buildings to create parking. You could put probably, I guessed, around 8 parking spaces on the building 104, and you can probably put another 12, at least 12, on the buildings 103, 102, and 101. So, and if you want to use the stacking, the hydraulic stacking, you double it, right? So you can have your little private garage thing going on down there. Now, the other thing is that all of this space that parking is taking now could be about 2,000 square feet of retail, right? That's the whole corner where we have parking now. That could be another 2,000 square feet of retail. And on the bathrooms, that's my second issue, is the bathrooms. Now, the best thing for accessibility is to keep the bathrooms on the ground level, but especially if you're like a wheelchair accessible, that's the dream. But if we need to go in the basement, first of all, there's enough space to do the bathrooms in the basement and the garage with the 20 or so garage spaces. But I would recommend making it more accessible. The current plan does not really imply wheelchair accessibility, because you go out of the elevator and you do something like this to get in. It's very difficult to get in, and the doors look like standard doors. I don't think that it's very easy to navigate. So that would at least improve. And my last comment is around the apartments upstairs, especially the 3 apartments in the back, the 2G, 2F, and 2E, the ones that are looking at Christine's place. And I went, you saw that today, I climbed on the scaffolding, love that. Love going on roofs for some reason, I don't know. But I went up to the scaffolding and looked into the windows, and I could clearly see her entire furniture, her TV, everything but the cat. I didn't see the cat. But so it is pretty close. And I don't know what the solution is. I understand the idea to have balconies for every apartment, but the ones in the back they're not really practical. First of all, there's very little light there, and they're attached to a bedroom. So when do I use my balcony on the bedroom to go out, especially if it's facing east and not west, right, where the sun is? So maybe we should explore, or at least suggest to remove these balconies. There are 3 balconies on that side. 2 of them are looking into Christine. 1 is looking into the neighbor. It's just a suggestion. I think it's going to solve a lot of problems if we don't have balconies on that side. And that is, and from my previous review, my pet peeve, if you wish, if it's possible to get easement and connect that walkway to the 7th Street, so that there's some kind of a natural flow, so you can go from Dolores, go through this whole retail space, and get on the other side, basically go on the back of this restaurant patio area, and get out on the 7th Street. That feels much more natural. It will attract traffic. People don't generally like to go in and then go out in the same way. You really want to pass through and keep roaming through the city. And the other thing is fire safety. You don't want to have all these people in that whole compound run around out of the same exit. There should be at least a backup way of getting out. So if we can get easement and have a pathway out to the 7th Street, that would improve the flow substantially. These are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Locke, your comments.
All right. Well, as I said, I unfortunately missed the July meeting. So my comments are kind of more of the fresh look at this project. I think you actually summarized a lot of my concerns having to do with parking, the neighbor impacts, the bathrooms. I like the interblock walkway, I always have. I have a concern about landscaping, and also that I'd like to see that when this project moves forward, that they underground the utilities along Dolores in that block, because I think that is in keeping with our long-term goals. In terms of the parking, based on what I've heard today, I'm not really sure that all due diligence has been done to determine whether there's not another option. I'm not supportive of doing an in lieu parking at this time. I think that there's the potential to excavate under the main buildings, as we just heard, and perhaps provide at least as much required parking, maybe even more. I think of Carmel Plaza as an example of a great opportunity where you've got great parking underneath and you go up to your commercial and up to the second floor and third floor. So I would like to see that explored more. As far as lifts go, I'm not for lifts, and I have to say that while I've never used them, I know they put them in at one of the places I used to live, but I did do some research online and have found that they're complicated to use. They do take time to utilize. There are dangers associated with them and potential for malfunctions. And I think that that should be avoided as a way of meeting the parking requirement. The ADA parking spot is one of the spots that we have, which obviously is a very important thing to have. It probably won't be utilized all the time, and it is counted as one of the spaces, and it does take up space down there. So that's just, I just wanted to point that out. Let's see. And yeah, Commissioner Delves in July had mentioned that deed restricting 2 of the units to affordable housing, and that could be moderate, low, or very low income housing, would reduce the parking requirement, as I understand it. That could potentially, if 2 of those units were deed restricted, it would reduce it by 1 parking space. And so I'd really like that considered in not only in the sense that we need more housing, which we've already talked about, but we need more affordable housing more than anything else. And I'm afraid these projects probably are going to be very expensive to rent. It would be really great to be able to actually afford to live in those units for some of these people who are on limited incomes. Let's see, I'm at landscaping. So Ian, I think you mentioned something about the rooftop landscape. Okay, somebody mentioned rooftop landscaping. Cindy, thank you. That actually, to me, was something that really stood out as being an extension of the height of the building. And I don't think we've really considered that as a planning commission, but when you're putting trees and you're putting a 6-foot tall screen of this, what is it, fruitless olive, along the south border of this building, and you're putting other large olive trees up there, they will have an effect on not only shading, but potentially on neighbors that may not think they have an impact because the flagging is down below, and then you've got these large trees suddenly on the rooftop. And I think this is something that did come up for me when Hofsta's house was considered, because they had proposed some very large trees in that landscape plan, and I'm in that neighborhood, and they will impact me, but it was something that nobody would consider as being something that could potentially be an impact. So I would like to see the landscaping, one, kept to a lower level, and I don't really think that landscaping should appropriately be installed on the rooftop in place of landscaping on the ground where people can actually use and appreciate it. I think there was the comment about open space and perhaps putting in some kind of a park area, and I know we had this same discussion with the other property over by the post office, but getting some kind of park-like area would be where people can actually use it and gather and enjoy it would be, in my opinion, something that would be appreciated. And let's see, I already said something about Commissioner Delves had mentioned also in July the service commercial transition zone should be going from higher commercial uses to less intense uses. And in my opinion, I do agree with his comment that 5,000 square feet of commercial space is a lot of commercial space in a transitionary district, which also goes to my earlier comment about the bathrooms downstairs and perhaps finding a way to incorporate those in the upstairs area rather than perhaps not having 5,000 square feet of commercial space and using some of that to move those restrooms and then using that lower area as a parking garage or parking area under the building. I do think that the buildings are really tall. I think that, and I know they have changed a little bit, but I still felt that the community room was kind of crowded in by the massing over the parking area. And then I also felt very much that the neighboring property behind was very impacted by the balconies, the windows, and as it was mentioned by somebody who actually stood on that elevation, that you're looking right into that unit. And I visited the unit. I haven't been there before, and it was really clear to me that there's a significant impact on her unit, even now that it was dropped a little bit. I would really like to see if there's a way to get the back part of that building dropped down. So, if it remains parking, is there a way to put the parking down a few feet, drop the building down a few feet more so that you don't have that impact? And that also brings me to the concern that in the design guidelines, where you're looking at 5.3, maintaining views through a property to natural features when feasible. There's no view through this property. It's it's not one building, but it's 2 buildings, 3 buildings, but there's no open space for somebody on a neighboring property to see through it. And that goes toward the view from 7th Avenue, same thing. You're seeing that building.
Can I ask you a question about this, Stephanie?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Well, while you're on it, on the design guidelines, do they apply in service commercial?
Yeah, that you're using residential guidelines.
Okay, right.
But
they don't apply.
They don't apply here.
No, they
Okay,
don't apply.
sorry.
Forgive me, but.
Nope, that's fine. Okay, so then. Okay, so subordinate to the historic resource, again, I just think it's a really big building. And then back on the rooftop thing again, with height and the potential for temporary buildings or umbrellas or other types of structures up there that would, again, raise that building issue. And then, as I mentioned, I would like to see that as a condition of approval that they underground utilities along the east side of Dolores in that block. And I think that concludes all of my comments.
Yeah. Okay. That was a lot. And I think really that kind of constitutes a total redesign, which I'm not in favor of at all. This is a situation where this has been here before. We gave the applicant direction. He made significant changes to the project, and he's complied with every standard that I can see or is under it. And a lot of these, and I don't want to pick on Commissioner Locke, but this is not a residential property. This is the service commercial district. It has a 0 lot line situation. It's acknowledged that this is a completely different district than the residential areas. It has totally different building standards, and it's acknowledged that it's a completely different type of use. And we want mixed use in that area, but it's a different experience. I know Neil talked about that, and I'm sure living downtown, and for Christy too, it's different living there than it's out living where I live up in the northeast part of town. It's a totally different experience. And, it's a choice you make. You have to acknowledge that you're going to have bigger buildings next to you. You're going to have less setbacks. There's going to be more possibility for looking at balconies into windows. That's just part of the deal. I'm not opposed to lessening the impacts to the neighbor to the east, and the architect has acknowledged they could do that. I mean, we could just put a condition that they eliminate those balconies, and even go one step further and have opaque glass in the windows or whatever's there. I think but I will say that I think the architect has really created an interesting architectural features along that side of the building. So before we went there, what was being originally proposed was just a building that I was a 3 or 4 feet setback he had. And it was just, seemed to me, it was just some windows on a big stucco wall right up against that balcony. I mean, that was very significant. What you have now is they brought the floor level down. He's introduced some interesting architectural elements, and this is part of the experience of living in a much denser environment, which is what the commercial and the service commercial district is. So the point I'm trying to make is you cannot review this building or these buildings in the context of the residential guidelines. They don't apply here. It's totally different. So what are the real issues? I mean, yes, there are impacts on the neighbors. Those can be mitigated by some simple things I've just mentioned. The parking. Parking's a problem. It's always a problem for everything. It's a problem for the city. It's not going away. I mean, the only way you can even address parking is having a consistent, overall plan of how you're going to manage it. And we don't have that. And we as a community have completely, shut down things like paid parking. Which is one of the key ways you manage parking. So I'm not real sympathetic about, the fact that people are saying the building needs to provide all this parking. That we have standards in lieu of fees for parking. That's in our municipal code. The code recognizes that, some of these buildings just can't provide the amount of parking that the code stipulates in a particular zoning or area, so they provide another way to do it, And Neil brings a good point. Car ownership and driving cars is going to change a lot here in the very near future. Now, I'm not saying that that's not part of our code, but in the conversation or the process of having a management plan, that's something that needs to be looked at. And but I think, the designer here has provided as much parking as they can within the context of the way they're approaching this. There's been a lot of effort to not have any impacts on the historic building to the north. And I think that, they're within the buffer. The first project, I remember on the driveway there, they had a big cantilever element that was sticking out. That's all gone. And I stood on the sidewalk the other day, and there's nothing looming over. There's nothing looming over the old bank building. It's close to it, yes, and you can see that building. You can see that. What I see is a huge inconsistency. You've got a mid-century regional modern building right in the middle of a historic district. How the hell that ever got approved, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a problem with the bank building, but it's in the middle of a historic district. Every building on that street is either Mediterranean or European style. And here's this thing, it sticks out. You can't, it's just there. Now, I know the process has protected it, and it's part of our heritage, architectural heritage, and it's not moving, but there's been great effort here to minimize the impacts of that building. I think the architect has been successful at it. So, I know there's this talk about having interconnected walkways and right-of-ways, but I don't know. That's a land use item, issue. I'm not really sure. Mr. Pastor owns the building on the 7th and Dolores building?
Not the restaurant.
He doesn't own that. He doesn't own that. So that's not even something he can even, I mean, he could get in a negotiation and try to do something like that, but that's just not really even on the table. So, and it's, all right, well, that's great. You guys should work on it a bit. But, I'm just trying to get some context on the things that have been said here, because the way I see this is, it's come to us. The architect has addressed that. He's at the standard, and mostly below the standards. There are some impacts which could be easily dealt with. The privacy to the east, the architect has they're open to that. We can make a special condition. If the commission wants to just remove all the the balconies on that side, just have the windows, that's fine. Maybe leave some architectural details. I mean, I appreciate the fact he's got an 8-foot setback where he could have a 0-line setback. I mean, that's a standard. And he's introduced some interesting architectural elements. I mean, that was one of my big complaints about the first building, was that, I mean, it was a good idea, but it just didn't have the detailing, and now it really does. I mean, they've really gone back and put a lot of architectural details into this building and really created, more of an authentic, Mediterranean influenced revival type of building, which is very indicative of the types of buildings that are along that street. So it does blend in, and it is part of the character. It repeats the character of that part of the downtown area. So I'd like to see if we can get a motion here to kind of move this thing along.
To the chair?
Yes.
If I could just make a few statements before you entertain a motion. I do want to talk about nexus. For example, requiring an easement or asking for an easement to go through another property to provide public access. I do not believe we have a policy or a regulation that supports us requiring to do so, not to say that they cannot volunteer to do so. That is the same relative to the views and privacy for private property owners. In the commercial district, there is protection for public views, but not for private views. So should the applicant wish to voluntarily make adjustments to those balconies, that would be within their rights, but as far as a nexus and the commission requiring to do so, we would have to point to a code or a policy. I would also keep in mind that the balcony serves as emergency egress. Those the rooms on that end are also bedrooms. So it could be a window without a balcony, but it would have to be. I was also wondering,
does that have to apply? They have to have a certain amount of open space, right? But the balconies, I don't think the balconies are providing that. Something else was providing that open space requirement.
The egress?
No, not even. Come on up, Gene, so you can get the. Well, I know that the residential units have to have they're required legally to have a certain amount of open space, outdoor space. So, but I don't think the balcony qualifies as that, does it?
No. Even the rooftop deck, it's not counted in our landscaping.
So how do they get their open space requirement?
I just want to insert that, Stephanie, that landscaping in the rooftop deck is not what we want. It's the neighbor to the south who asked us to put that.
I can understand because they have rooftop
They
decks,
wanted that.
Yeah.
But anyway, to answer your question, it's not counted. So we will, that's why I said earlier, we will provide, instead of a balcony, you can have a Juliet balcony or a no balcony at all. But I want to maintain that planter because that will be our egress. We need an egress for that side. So we can be a planter. The code allows for that.
Well, it sounds like what the director is saying is that we don't have the legal discretion to make removal of the balcony a condition of approval. So that's at your discretion what you want to do. It sounds like though you're willing to.
Yeah, we'll work with you.
You've acknowledged that, and I think that's the attitude you've demonstrated throughout this process. So
thank you.
We appreciate that.
If I may, there was something about a balcony encroachment that staff had requested we speak to.
Those were the balconies which are facing the concrete wall. I think is that correct, Evan?
Yeah, so those, excuse me, those are the balconies in apartment 2H and 2G. So these balconies just project within to the...
And those are kind of what we refer to as the Juliet balconies, correct?
Yeah, the depth above it is your allowed encroachment into the buffer zone of 18 inches. So our approach there is, since you allowed 18 inches of E-blind, this is about 10 feet up in the air, and we're just matching that depth. It adds articulation to the car.
Absolutely. I think it provides authenticity, articulation, interest, and it's allowable. I don't think it's an issue. I think staff kind of brought it up as because of the fact that it doesn't, one counts as was it area, type of area coverage, and the other doesn't.
Correct. It was just a very interesting predicament where one feature isn't allowed encroachment. This one.
I think staff was more pointing that out than making a contention that they somehow impacted the historical buffer. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. The conclusion was that it does not detract.
Yeah. In my mind, it wasn't really an issue. It didn't impact it, and I think it's more important to have this type of architectural articulation along there to provide interest for this building and create more authenticity in it. So, that's what I'm thinking. Like I said, I'd like to see a resolution get passed. I don't think this building needs to be redesigned significantly in any way. I've heard a lot of support for it from the immediate neighbor there, from some of the groups in town who are usually very vocal about some other types of architecture they don't like. But, and for me, like I said, it is representative of that particular street, which is a historic district. That's the type of architecture we have along there. It keeps the theme going. The outlier is the building on the corner, the bank building. That's the real outlier there. And, unfortunately, that was a long time ago when that building was built. We weren't having these type of discussions. But that's just part of our history. We have to live with our inconsistencies. So I would like to see a motion here, if we can.
So, Michael, what can we do in terms of the underground garage? Are we going to...
Well, the only thing I heard, which I don't really know if it's possible or not, and that is whether or not more underground parking could be developed. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't, I'm a builder, but I still can't look at this and figure out, there's a lot going on here to do that. And June seems to think he's worked on this for years, and I'm getting this 2 days ago, so I don't know if that's even possible.
Just to put it in perspective, this is our 7th hearing.
Yeah,
seventh hearing with various iterations. That's why I'm very familiar with the site. I've done a lot of concept of parking. In fact, our first approach was with the buffer zone. Can it fit? And it doesn't fit. It's not only providing parking stalls. You have to provide backup space. So it's not that we don't like it, just not feasible with our restriction.
Well, my feeling is that you have been working on this much longer and you've explored this. And I know that you would certainly like to eliminate any things which are going to cause controversy or pushback on this. And we could make a suggestion that you do an underground parking study, but I don't know. I don't feel like, it's a possibility. It's something the commission may want to put into this motion, but I'm not in favor of it because I think, I think that there's problems there that we're just not aware of in this short a time to look at. But we could make I don't know how we'd even put that in there, so. This is, we're at, this is design review. From here, if we got a motions passed, it would have to go to final. So it'd have to be.
There's no, for commercial projects, there's no concept in final.
This is it.
The resolution is
there's
for
a resolution,
final
and then it just goes, and then it's approved.
Yes, that's correct.
So I don't think a design study is appropriate from my point of view. We're not going to be coming back on this.
What's remaining then for us to discuss before we can make a motion?
What's remaining for us to discuss?
Right.
Well, we have to agree on a motion.
Okay, well,
You know,
all right.
I mean, we're not, I mean, what I'm hearing is the commission's kind of all over the map on this one.
Well, and I would still like to know if that, I mean, I have not heard them say that they cannot do underground parking under the south part of the project. And I'd really like to have that explored. So, and, you know, I think that would be a way to increase the amount of parking on site.
Let's come up, Jim, see if you have something to add to this.
I think, as I said earlier, our hopes here after 7 hearings is either the project gets approved with or without condition, or we respectfully request the commissioners to deny the project. The 7 hearings span of since 2019. And we're now in 2025. So that's our request.
Well, in that case, let's get here to let's get this thing moving along. I got an idea here. All right, so we have a motion from staff. And we have 3 elements to this. We have the design approval, we have the use permit, and we have the lot merger. We don't have any issues about the use permit or lot merger, right?
Right.
Okay. No. All right, let's go to the...
Sure, just as a point of clarification, the parking is directly tied to the use permit.
Use permit? Okay.
Correct.
Right, we have issues with the use permit. I stand corrected. Is that in there? Was that where the parking?
So the use permit is for payment of
It's
inlet fees.
Condition number 61, in lieu of parking fees. So that's where that's in there. That's
Use-
the last item in the use permit.
A use permit is also required for underfloor areas.
For underfloor areas?
Underfloor areas, yes, basement areas.
And that affects
The buffer.
the parking and
Just that. And
affects the bathrooms and the mechanical room and so forth?
Exactly, or potentially if the parking area were to be relocated to the parking area were to be relocated to a potential.
Well, what the applicant is saying is, if we're going to make that a condition, then they want us to deny the project. Is that what I understand, Gene? You're saying if you don't want to pursue the parking redesign. You just assume you pull the app, deny it.
Yeah, the municipal code allows us to go into the in-loop parking program, and our neighbor has an in-loop parking variant. So I think it's.
I agree with you. It's a standard. You're meeting the standard. It's something that everybody else has been granted to other people in the city. So you're only asking that the standard be applied to you in the same way as fairly to everybody else. And that is what's the issue. We're talking about equity here. That's what the standards are about. That's why it's called a standard. It applies the same to everybody. We can't just make it up as we go along. I mean, and I know there's a lot of personal things the way we feel about parking. Because it's, I'm just saying, because we hear a lot about parking. Everybody's got a parking story in this town. So, but, I think we need to be fair and apply the standards. So back to where I was heading.
Okay, then in the conditions we want to, we cannot talk about the balcony. We're not going to talk about the parking. We're not going to talk about bathrooms.
Well, I was going to look at the design review, get us focused here on the design review conditions of approval. First condition 33 has to do with setbacks and height restrictions. Next one is exterior lighting. These are pretty standard. Interior storefront lighting. Next one is the stone facades on the chimneys. It's just specifying that they be installed in the broken course ashlar style. 37 speaks to the fenestration, aluminum-clad windows. 38 are street trees and the structural cells. 39 is the roof-mounted mechanical equipment. 40 is the exterior ductwork. 41, exterior lighting location. We haven't had any discussion about lighting, really. 42, exterior lighting intensity. These are kind of standards, though, right? that correct, Evan?
So the applicant did provide a photometric plan. It generally did meet the city's standard lighting requirements. Unlike the residential, there's no shielded downlit requirement. It's the output's measured in candle foot power. Actually, here, I have it up right here.
And what about this idea about underground utilities, making that a condition? Is that something that's even our jurisdiction?
The applicant is proposing public way improvements, and it is something that the applicant had indicated they would potentially explore. However, it did not make its way into the project plans.
So it's not part of the plan at this point?
It's not within the plans, no.
How is that generally? I mean, the only experience I've had with it is that in the residential level, if you're going to change out or put a new meter, you've got underground from the
Yes, you underground the lateral in terms of
lateral.
undergrounding the full utility line.
Yeah, they can't.
I do see the.
Can I talk to that?
Come on up.
So
Sure.
we want to underground the power lines. If you can make it a condition and convince PG&E to let us, we'd love that, but that's not going to happen. So we're going to work with PG&E to try to underground the power lines. They're horrible looking. They're going to detract from our project. And then the bathroom, which has been brought up a number of different times, we've extended the elevator to the bathroom level. As building code will require, we will have to make an ADA accessible pathway to those bathrooms. So you're covered there. Those will be ADA accessible. There's an elevator that serves them. And I think Stephanie commented about public bathrooms in Carmel. We're providing bathrooms that are not in tenant spaces so that the public can come and access those bathrooms. And you commented on how many bathrooms we're providing. That's a building code requirement. We're providing more bathrooms, more public access.
Yeah, thank you.
So-
No, I was curious about that, whether it was just for tenants to use or what's.
It's open to the
Great,
public.
thank you.
Okay, so back to these.
Yeah, so just a quick response. The applicant does have a photometric plan. It's generally compliant. The lighting outputs 8 candle foot power. There's just a few areas that exceed 8. You can see here, we have a few lingering. Here's an 11, here's a 12. So it's just to comply with our 8 candle foot power output.
Okay, so they've complied with that.
Yeah.
All right, and then so it sounds to me, other than the lateral, and which is a building requirement, that's not something that's under the purview for underground. That's under the purview of the Planning Commission, as I understand it.
No, but again, the applicant has seemed, or the property owner, I should say, has
right,
been
but that's
willing to do
between
it.
them and the utility company.
And if that is, we would incorporate that into our public way improvement plan.
Okay. 45 is the final inspection. That's fire department connections, utility screening, master sign program, exterior business uses, garage enclosure, or garbage enclosure. So that's pretty much it. So the only question that I see, if we want to put some conditions on this, are conditions that would be under the design review, which we are allowed to do. What would those be? I don't think that's under our.
No, it's not.
That's not really under our jurisdiction. So I don't see. I mean, I don't see any
Chair?
condition that I've heard we talked about that we can add.
Do we speak to 7 spaces or 12 spaces for parking?
They're providing. You're doing 5 in lieu of, and you've got to do 17, so you're providing 12, right? Yeah. They're providing 12. They've got to do.
But with the
lifts,
stacking?
right. I understand that.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Do we have to speak to
Well,
that?
we've approved lifts in other projects. I mean, well, we approved one on the Fountain project, which they pulled the application tonight. That was approved. There's also one down on Scenic. There's one down there I know of. Yeah, but we approved lifts. So I mean, the only issues I heard about the lifts were they're dangerous, and somebody doesn't know how to use one. But we deal with smartphones. I think we can figure out a lift, and they may be dangerous. I don't know. I would assume that they have an automatic stop. So if they hit something, they're going to stop. I mean, that's got to be in there. There's no way they could sell them without that. Yeah. So I'm I think the safety is incumbent upon the manufacturer to sell something that's safe. So I'm not that concerned about the lifts. And they help us deal with the parking. We need to be creative. We need these types of solutions. We can't, just define a parking as one, paved place of a certain size.
Would you entertain a motion to?
I'll entertain any motion. I'm trying to get us focused and get going.
Is it a single motion for the design review, the lot merger, and the use permit? Or are they separate?
It's presented as a single motion.
Single motion?
Yeah, but we can, and what we have determined is that pretty much the only place we really have an opportunity to put some conditions on it is under the design. And we haven't really come to an agreement on, the things we talked about, parking, the privacy to the neighbor to the east, the roof landscaping, which I don't know where that is. It sounds like the neighbors want it. I'm not as that concerned about height of landscaping. From my experience, more landscaping always makes things look better. Green is good. So I'm not concerned whether there's trees, up there or whatever they want to have. It's landscaping. Really what the standard speaks to is the height of the building. That's all we work with.
Based on this discussion and our parameters that we have before us, then I would just go ahead and move staff's recommendation on this. I don't see any changes that we have to any of the conditions that we've talked about at this point.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion to accept the resolution as presented by staff for the design review, the use permit, and the lot merger. So, any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapikov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, thank you, everyone. That only took 2.5 hours. That was pretty quick. Huh? Huh?
It was a good discussion, though.
Yeah, that was a good discussion. We have a discussion. That's all we can have here.
It was good. We tried.
Well, it's good. It's good. Okay, so we have. Oh, wait a minute here. Let everybody clear the room. Get out of here, people. Come on, move on out of here.
Get out of here.
Don't you have a place to be?
Do you want me to go through director's report just real quick? They're not paying attention.
Yeah, I'm going to let you do the director's report. I'm just trying to get them out of here. So
okay. I could just go through it. I don't mind.
Come on. We want to go home too, so you guys got to leave. God, it's hot in here. I'm sweating. I'm never like this. Okay, the last item is our director's report.
Sure. Just real quick, I'll keep it nice, short, and sweet. There were 4 appeals that went before the City Council on the Planning Commission's decisions. I believe all 4 overturned Planning Commission's decisions, or it was like 3.5. Brown variant, they approved it but required a reduction in the coverage. Is that correct?
The appeal was accepted with modifications to the approval. So effectively, the project went through, but not as approved by the Planning Commission.
So it was similar, but they reduced.
This was which project?
This was the one on Scenic, where the variance approval with the deck in the front.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then the other project that I was the planner on was the Lim project, which you denied. It was where the applicant requested the denial, and the City Council
Okay.
Yeah, they effectively remanded it back to the Planning Commission with.
It's coming back?
Eventually, yes, it will be back before you with direction.
This is the one with the house?
The two-story.
The house is the black house up above? The neighbors
Correct,
looking in,
yes.
Where the orange netting's been up for 3 years?
Yes.
That's coming back?
Yes. So, with direction to the applicant, to the neighbors at the hearing agreed to work with each other, and staff is acting as the intermediary.
So they're going to get along and work it out?
Yes, I'm going to help them through that.
Planner/therapist.
It's a thing. and then the other two is Jensen and Faya.
Huh?
The metal roofs, Jensen and Faya.
Yeah, we got the roofs.
Yes.
Oh, the roofs. Yeah, I knew that was gonna.
Yeah.
I knew that was gonna be upheld.
And the last thing I do want to mention is that staff will be presenting at the May City Council hearing a discussion on the updated fire hazard severity zone maps. Mm-hmm. So the state fire marshal came out with a set of maps. There are changes within the city of Carmel's boundaries. The maps are already made available. We'll be updating our website so members of the public can take a look at them. There's also a public review period that will end May 15th. Should any members of the public want to comment on the changes or how the map's laid out. But the focus on the May hearing is just really informational, and then also seeking direction on how does the city how do we want to look at fire hazards?
Yeah, that's a big
Anna,
subject.
When we were talking about the roofing materials, there was, at least I was hoping that there would be a follow-up, like potential adoption of a policy that was in line with all of the information that we heard. Where are we at this point? Because it really would be great to get that kind of just set in stone so we don't have any.
Right. So based on the last discussion, there were additional samples that I believe Commissioner...
the metal shingles.
Like the zinc.
Yeah.
Right. So we do have a plan, and I can let Jake talk about that.
Zinc samples were requested by Commissioner Allen.
That's right.
I've reached out to a few places. I couldn't find anything local. There's some Midwest spots, so I
try
called them.
Paris. They have a lot of zinc roofs.
That's what I've heard, with a beautiful natural patinaing. So I've reached out. I haven't heard back from anyone. I don't know if they're. Yeah, I'll keep following up on that. I have kind of the rough policy that I worked on last time. Mm-hmm. So I'll follow up on the zinc. I don't know how much more tweaking there is to the report from,
So either May or June, maybe?
I can, May I'm bringing back the Mission Sisters, so I might push it off to
so maybe
June.
the June meeting or something?
Yeah.
Just
July.
I think that's
concept policy or a draft policy?
Yeah, and I think it'd be something similar to the 2016 one, where it's just kind of a table for like staff level and a few different categories for staff level, and then planning commission referral level.
And that's all I have.
Is that a wrap?
That's a wrap.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.